Oh. Hello, hello. That's not that bad. You know what? I'm gonna leave that there. Usually I make my bed every time when I start my stream if it looks bad. That's okay. It's not terrible. It's a lot better than it was earlier. No, I'm not gonna do it again. I'm not gonna do it again. Welcome to the stream, guys. My sleep schedule is kind of a little bit rocky, but today, I mean, yesterday I had one of my own YouTube videos come out, and the OTV video came out today as well. So I might end up watching some YouTube videos today. In the meantime, oh god, I may have a serious Lost Ark problem. I would say it's not a problem yet. Yeah. Yeah. It's not a problem. Hmm. Yeah. Doing trade skills off stream, not a problem. Clueless. Dude, I might have done an island soul off stream, okay, but that doesn't mean anything. That could mean that literally I'm okay. I don't have a problem. But just a heads up on some stuff that I'm gonna plan on doing. Raydens reached out to play Lords of the Fallen as I heard it as a cooperative Dark Souls experience, so we'll probably try to do that sometime during the weekend. But that'll be pretty fun. In the meantime, yeah. What am I rating today? I don't know. I feel like I should just get through a bunch of my dailies and maybe do Vault and Vicus on Soul. My Soulfist is so fucking bad though. Like I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Look, TPNG, welcome back for 13 months. OG Yoshi, thanks for someone of this stream. I'm glad you put Princess Sally.
Photosensitive seizure warning. If you or anyone in your family have an epileptic condition,
I'm sorry, I
consult
forgot to
your
tab
physician
out.
prior.
That's my bad. I forgot to tab out. Sorry, that's my bad. That's a PO. Right. You turn it off? Yeah, the other photos. Yeah, I'm too lazy for that. I'm way too lazy for that. Let's talk about a little bit about how it happened. So I may have off stream pushed my soul fist to 1490. Yeah. Swipe? Hell no, I'm not swiping. Hell no. He begged for Orahas? Yeah. Without those, I would not have done it. But in the meantime, I have this thing where I don't know if you guys like if I either eat too much the day before or I drink too much the night before, I'll wake up really early. Like and I'll with like a tummy ache or something. And usually I just pee and go back to sleep. But like because it's 7 a.m. I'm like, well, I think my strongholds available. I instead turn on my PC and play for like 30 minutes and then go back to sleep. But it's really hard to go back to sleep because it's like the thing you do when you're in bed where if you don't look at your phone, it's easier to fall asleep. But as soon as you look at your phone, it's fucked. It's fucking doomed. It's like actually like strictly just incredibly doomed. Can you compare this game? Oh my fucking god. I did the thing. Okay, well I have to wait here for 3 minutes. Oh fuck, I might as well just fucking kill him, man. Only if he's here though. Is he here? Okay, you know what? That's actually doable. Can I counter him? I'm a beast. That missed. That definitely missed. Oh. But you know what sucks is me not knowing how much time I have. Fuck this. We're resetting. I have a pheromone. I still don't really understand this boss. I understand that he gives you like some elemental stuff. Like I don't know what this thunder thing is, you know? I'm like, and like I know there's balls. You have to like stagger him, then destroy, then counter him, then destroy him. The balls come out. You hit the balls, you get a buff. But then like there's also like the next phase which summons a bigger ball. I don't really know. The debuff? Hitting hit by lightning dragon's thunder crack. Oh, so he has a debuff. But yeah, how you guys doing? Oh, I did this thing where I went to the Moko Island off stream because I was like, oh, I'm just gonna grab a free island soul. And it turned into like a 1 hour ordeal where I was like, oh, I'm sure it's done soon. And it was not done soon. Soon was a fake promise. Compared to PoE Diablo, worth a shot to play. I don't want anyone to play this game because of me. Because I do not want to be responsible for what they turn into. Like the being that they are after they play this game or during is, I don't want to be responsible for that. I feel like a weapons seller. Like in times of war, when if I were to sell weapons arbitrarily, like the guns are not evil, but maybe not evil inherently, but like, oh, what you could do with it and what you could do with Lost Ark, I feel like there might be some moral problems. Celine just wants to play with anybody. Oh, I don't. Exactly. I joined Invisca because of you. You owe me. Bro, what do I owe you? Okay, reparations? Bro, ask the Indians how long it took them for reparations. From the government. How long did it take? Stop fans, welcome back for 51 months. I re-downloaded yesterday because of you. Played for 20 minutes and got off. Yeah, save yourself, man. Bro, why are we fighting in the middle of Narnia, man? Where is this? Hopefully this hits. Someone hit him, man. He stacked my buff. Oh, that's why. Everyone gets a buff in that situation, or debuff, and you don't want to stack it. No. It's weird because I feel like the more I play this game, the better I get at doing damage, but also the more gear I get. So it's hard to see how much actual damage I do more. But I feel like it's like kind of considerable. Oh, I got it. Oh, I missed. I missed. Only real way to track anything is DPS meter. How about if it was just like a feels thing? Guys, is the big orb somewhere? The big orb is somewhere, right? Oh, there it is. I'm not really sure. You see on the minimap? Oh, I don't look. Bro, when I play MMOs, my eyes are in the center of the screen. I need to see my health bar. I need to see my fucking damage numbers. You just stand in the middle of the balls? Wait, I can't just kill it? Man, owned. I got owned, man. Setting to put the HP bar over your character. Oh, interesting. Where is that in the settings? I'm assuming it's under gameplay. Display settings. You gold fade aimers? Nope. It's crazy. Lost Ark got Scarra back in his closet. No, I'm gone in a week, man. All my related settings. What if it's like 300%? This. Huge DPS. I'll turn off for teammates. You're right. Actually, I don't need to know my teammates' HP because I'm not a healer. So if they die, like not my problem. That's actually not my problem. Okay, I so what do I need to do? Okay, these two. No, just this. These two, and then I'm pretty sure is ghost ship bad. Fuck, it's fine. Whatever, man. It's a 1490 ghost ship, but what's the point? You know? I'm good. I don't really care. There's Tranquil Island. Wait, isn't there an island that gives you money? Like an island that is like a money island. Is it this one? Lagoon Island? Yeah, it's not today. Yeah, that's for a wealth run. Oh, yeah, that's wait, is that the one where you fish? Oh, I see the health bar now. Interesting. Oh, it's a boss. Okay. So I think I'm at the point with my manor where it's almost 25. I was leveling it to get oh god. I was leveling it to get to this stupid farm. But apparently you need so many levels to unlock these. Like I think this is 25, this is 30, this is 40, this is 50 or some shit like that. Also, these pets heal really slowly, like super slowly. Like I was assuming that I would be able to rotate the pets a lot more, but it's not like that. Battle Arena is where. Wait, what is that one? Is that this one? It's that. Oh, it's the Death's Hold Island, right? This one. Get food from them. Oh, you can feed them. Oh no, I'm good. I didn't even buy that shit. All I know is is this worth it? I did all the prereq for the 5th chapter, and then I found out I couldn't even go in. I just assumed it was like a really easy island soul that I could pick up because I was like a second away. And then it took me fucking forever. Okay. I'm surprised how long this takes. See, addicted? No, I'm out in the week. Percent drop from B to the boss. I see. Server is pretty dead. I know. Trust me. Witch's Island is mandatory post 1580, but you can get quite a few of the Econ level leaps. You get Econ leaps from Moko Islands? Holy moly. Like, I'm at the point right now where, like, I can't hone. Like, all my shit is just bullshit. It's not like I can't, it's not honable stuff. Wait, isn't that okay? Swiftness, heavy armor, vital point. Probably not. Sling with brothers, I don't know, man. You know what? we'll just throw up this for like oh stop like 1,000. Dude, I like don't believe it'll sell. Worth more? 8 to 10K at least, bro. I'm not even sure if this server has players. Like, who am I selling? I'm selling to ghosts. You're asking me to sell to ghosts, literally. Like, who the fuck is buying my shit? I'm literally selling this. Oh my god, my numbers are so big. What the fuck? Who plays like this? Hold till merge, bro. By the time merge happens, I'm not gonna be playing the game. Hold on, I'm gonna hit someone real quick. Oh my, okay, I can't play like this. I actually can't. Maybe I'll do 150. 300% is actually like unplayable. Also, guys, I don't actually know how to do these bosses. I just remember the last boss has a mechanic that actually matters. But this boss doesn't, right? This is the boss where you just beat. Oh, wait, it's this boss. Oh, I've died to this boss so many times. He can go back, right? Oh no. Oh, that's a little awkward. That lifted Makoko there. I think I got saved by Makoko there. Please, I need to get out. Oh, dude. Oh, I got like perma stun, man. I'm having a hard time committing to the Lost Ark. Don't talk to me. Like, I'm not gonna be the one who tells you and consoles you, okay? That like, no, you're fine. You're going at a good pace. I'm not gonna be that guy, okay? I'm gonna be like, quit the fucking game. Don't fucking look back. Go outside. Hit the gym. Delete your fucking Reddit account. Like, you're not gonna get sympathy from me, man. I gotta play with the new updates count. I hope I'm not playing when the new update is out. VX, I'm 12 then. Bro, I do not remember what this boss does. Someone just said 3x and I know how to times 3 sometimes. Dude, my paladin is literally just not touching his mouse. Oh, it's collecting gold orbs. Oh, he's telling me.
Use the golden energy. If we absorb it.
Oh, I remember this. Can we do this with Makoko buff? Like, do we actually have to do this? Can we kill the... Oh, I went the wrong way. I don't know how good Makoko buff is. Sometimes I feel like you can just ignore mechanics with it. Like, completely. Like anything good? Goes to 15? Yeah, it's almost gone. I'm one upgrade away from it. All right, give me the selector. Like, don't really give me the selector. Give me gold. Can someone give me the selector? Oh, bro. Fuck it. I'm gonna take this for 50. And I'm dipping. Goodbye, guys. You said the card for deep dive set. Is it better than the thing that you used to give you? Did you flower the bottle? Whoa, whoa, whoa. That sounds like serious allegation. What did I even get? Dude, I need to make roster spaces, what I realized. Like, let me dump this shit in my roster. Like I need some some roster space, man. My things are not looking. What's am I using now? The default one. I don't know what the default set is, but it's whatever that default set is. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. How come I feel like at this low eye level, I do like peanuts damage? Like, okay, my uptime is pretty bad. I understand, but oh my god. Sometimes other classes, I'm like, damn, they do a lot of damage. Relatively. Is that? Oh, right. We're supposed to move from it. What the heck? Wait, tripods are force level 1? Really? Bounce pass is dropping. Oh, wait, that's me. That's me. Literally, my teammates just decided not to press buttons for like a little bit there to give me a rush. I appreciate that. Your awakening slaps. Oh, right, because everything's equalized. My awakening doesn't have tripods. Doesn't fucking matter. Zero destroyers for Thameen. Surely they buff. Wait, I'm actually kind of down for like a nerf. I want my class to be the worst in the game. Like, I want my movements to take twice as long. Like, my perfect swing is I'm actually hitting them now. I want to not. Second party of Destroyer? See? Destroyer's OP. I'm not gonna lie, the Gun Lancer looks fucking sick. But I feel like, okay, I feel like, okay, I don't know if the game actually bounces this way, but in my opinion, entropy classes played well should always be, in theory, the highest damage classes, right? Unless the rotations for the non-entropy classes are like really different. That would make sense, right? Because entropy has a lot of positional requirements, but the ones who don't are just like kind of going through rotation. That's what happened to Thameen, because Thameen is entropy friendly. Wait, really? Is there a boss that's both frontal and backwards? Does that make sense? Sorry. Like, again, you know in Final Fantasy 14 where like it's a sometimes it's a cube and like the cube is like I don't know what that. You know what I'm talking about? Like it's both considered front and back.
We should defeat the ones that divided first.
Wait, which one are we defeating? This one, this one. Yeah, like if some bosses are both front and back, that'd be interesting. I actually don't know how Final Fantasy 14 does class balance. I'm gonna be honest. Which one's the right one? Oh my god. Okay, I was out of the box, but I think I didn't fucking die there. What did I get there? I got a challenger card pack? That's pretty good. Your skill is the one that changes the effect? Wait, I'm so confused, man. This guy, it's literally, what is this? Sure, I'll bid on one because I did tie a knot in a bow ship the other day. I'm glad we spent 100 hours at E9 as I was ready for that moment. Oh shit. Wait, you were? You broke, why are you bidding on these? Bro, I'm literally gonna make infinite amounts. When my Soul Fist cosmetic sells, and then when I sell this earring that has obviously just so many people buying on this server, like it's gonna be crazy. Like you know what? Like let's just toss it out for 9K right now. How do I, oh god, I gotta put this shit in my roster. These are useless, right? Like these are not fucking useful. That's not a real stone. Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna fix my inventory literally right now. Just give me a sec. Okay, I'm fixing it. Uh, yeah, give me a sec. Get these out of here. I mean, I guess put this away. Sure, that's fine. Sure, I mean, that's okay. He was asking if you start loading up the card right now because Lost Ark has a 500 daily limit. That is crazy. Shao really wants some of that Esther, bro. Do I have the weekly? I don't want to do it without it. Yes. Cool. Zeal did it for a month to get his Esther weapon. Oh my god. A month. Shroud dives deep. Yeah, well, I mean, for Shroud, it's not even whaling. Like, he probably, that money drops from his pocket sometimes. He just forgets about it. Oh, I got a legendary. I think, is that LOS? I don't fucking know, man. Keen Blunt Ether Predator. That's not a real thing. Spec expertise. Crit expertise. Crit spec. Oh, I can use this one. Oh, hold up. That is actually an upgrade for me, huh? But I'm convinced that like some of these stones are impossible to sell on Jumpstart. Like these are not real stones, right? Fake stones, fake stones, fake stones. You didn't collar, bro. I mean, I want to, but I don't know if that's gonna happen. Oh, I got a card pack. I got a card pack. Cool. Are these the deep dive ones? Lost Ark people leave. Wait, hold up. Wait, come back. Wait, hello? How difficult is it to learn to Braille 3? It seems okay. It doesn't seem that bad. Is there any point to go to these? Are you considering making another Soul Eater? I'm hopefully not playing the game when Soul Eater drops. You're the card island? Wait, which one is that? This one? This? I don't need wealth runes on this character. What is Battle Arena? It's herbs. Oh my god. The video is great. Oh yeah. I lost fun shooting it. It's in Northburn. Rohindel. Top 7 gets a level 5 gem. Oh, how expensive is a level 5 gem right now? Okay, what if 1K? Interesting. Wait, where is this island? This way. You can watch another video? Yeah, probably later today. So it gives you honing mats as well. If you place high enough, which of course I'm going to. This ride, I'm a beast. 200 marvelous sleeps. People team in battle. Wait, it's actually herbs. Wait, did they get their accounts banned if they team? do a live react to balance patch. Is there a balance patch tonight? Where do I go, guys? Well, of course, I gotta take a hammer. I'm literally playing a destroyer. Wait, where am I supposed to go for this? Is it here? Would I miss it? I missed. Did I miss it? You registered the turn. Where's the arena? Where's the thing? At the computer? Oh, I need to drop the hammer. I see. Okay. So if you get rank 1, you get, oh my god, you get so many mats. Wait, people would definitely team over this. Wait, this is definitely like something where I would go with my friends and be like, okay, we're killing everyone that's not us. You get everything up until the plate. The flamethrower is OP. You are cringe. Okay, well, if I'm playing Lost Ark, of course, everyone's cringe. Bro, if it's a competition, you have to win. Is today Thursday? So what is this? Open the map. Okay. Am I in a team? Like, who's on my team? Oh, it's solo. Wait. Oh, this could be my starting location? Oh, and when people see a lot of people, they with my number, they would want to dodge me. So there's not many threes because they're all afraid. I see. fuck? Yeah, I feel like it's a waste of time to fight people. Like, I want to upgrade my weapon, right? They're traps? It's a tiny net. Is like a thing I can kill? Oh, there's something on my screen that's flashing. That's a dinosaur. Is that? The fuck? Okay, I'm starting to think this flamethrower is fucking broken. How do I heal? My bandages? I see. Yep. Have like stealth potions and stuff. Okay, so how do I know how many people are left? That's a pretty big question. Why the minimap? There's 17 people left. Oh shit, that's a lot of people. No way. I see. Okay. What the fuck? It just stunned you? Wait, it just perma CC'd you? Isn't that awful? Wait, can I keep going? You can do like 3 a day? Oh. What's the best for the week and reset after the week? I see. The best reward you can get is for the week is a first. Like I got this, so I don't get rewards. I only get rewards from like I guess 5 and up. Wait, how are you supposed to win as a melee character? I guess honestly the hammer was okay once I maybe with enough items I could do it, I think. Is there another melee character thing that's not hammer? Hammer has 3 dashes. Oh, okay. Well then you know I'll hammer. I'm down. I'm not bitch. Not bad because of the CC. The CC does your 2 CC them or is it just your E? Why is there the things dropping on me? Why am I already at half life, man? How come I don't really see many items? Maybe I should be hitting more unit. Oh, there we go. Oh, so 5 hits stuns them. I see. Okay, someone already died. Do you get XP for killing people, or like you just get to loot? Mouse over the buff. Hmm. Stacking buff for kills. I mean, that's good. That wasn't a trap. Dude, am I just not seeing stuff? What about, yeah, what about stealth potions? I have like a billion of them. He can see me, but I'm stealth. What? Oh, you can still see. Oh, wait, that sucks. Whatever. I'm just farming. I really want to farm shit. Where is the safe zone? Oh, it's on my zone. Okay, that's good for me. That is good for me. One just got 2 kills. Yeah, I just got my actual ability. What is this? Oh, is that like Baron? Guys, I need healing. Where do I get healing? I think 5k health is quite a decent amount. What? Six? Okay. We're top 6? Wait, that means I'm good. I made it, right? not, bitch. No, I got stunned. Wait, okay, who wins this? I'm just curious. Oh, he's got a hammer. Wait, this guy's gonna own? Dude, why does that flinch? Oh, this guy's so low HP. Oh my god, the hammer's top 2. What? No way. He did almost have it. I mean, that's pretty good. I got some or all of the items. Interesting. Okay. And then I also have wait, I got the Island Soul? Wait, did I? Island. No, I don't think I got it. Flamethrower seems kind of OP, I'm not gonna lie. But dude, I just need to farm more. I got it. I comprehend. What happens if you don't pick something? Is it just random? I don't really like fire terrorists for melee. That seems kind of bad. You kind of like 3. Oh, we got it. It's done, boys. Okay, I want some stealth potions. I want some bandages. Would be nice. What do you get for killing the hexes or the nexus? Okay. Okay, I have 2 stacks. Let me egg that. Oh, I can step on my own? It's really embarrassing. Hmm. But it ends up here? Okay. There's pretty much no one that could be here. Okay. You know, 1/4 health down. I think it's pretty nice to just bandage up. I think the next level is when it's gonna be really good, right? Your fights, your fights. They're teaming. Wait, they're actually teaming. Wait, it's actually Lost Ark. Holy shit. Or herbs. Is that the legendary hammer ability where he... Oh, wait, if you hold Q, it does a charge up? Wait, I had no idea. Bro, what the fuck? Am I not getting teamed on here? Whoa. These guys are teaming for sure. Those are the guys I met before. Is there no rest button where I can just regain health? Family. Yama, what about for 60 what month? 6 or subbing? Am I in or out? Wait, I'm in. Guys, we are going to rat our asses off for the top 4. You get anything for those bushes? I don't know. Can they like see me less or something? Supposed to be just so off. Please ignore me. Please ignore me. Please ignore me. Okay. What the fuck? With this last ring is just, huh? Dude, it is Apex, bro. Okay. What was I doing before I did that? I got sidetracked. Oh, I cannot do that. Okay. For your trade skill energy, can you get faster increases of it ever? Or is that just like a static thing?
Oh, wow. That's no joke.
Or it gives 20? Okay, interesting.
You're back. I was waiting. Action energy has depleted.
Jumpstart, yes. There's sometimes login arc pass stuff for life skill. Yeah, I saw some leap essences last time, which I didn't buy. So I was like, I'm not gonna need this. Which in hindsight was really stupid. Okay, I have this thing that I accidentally did where I accidentally redid my fucking preset. So hold up a sec. I need to actually put in my Chaos Dungeon preset and my raiding preset. Because yeah, some shit happened and did not work out well. What did I learn? I did not like Magnetic Palm is what I learned. Let's do Flash Step, Illusion Strike, Crippling Barrier, Pummel, Tempest Blast. I think I'm just doing Shadow Breaker. Reference to community guide, yes. But it's apparently like there's a lot of like you could just do whatever you want kind of deal. And so yeah. The only things I'm required to have apparently are Illusion Strike, and everything else is kind of I can do whatever I want. Illusion Strike and Crippling Barrier, which makes sense because I've used both of these abilities before. This one seemed pretty darn good. The rest of them are just like, okay, well, Illusion Strike, Tempest Blast. I'm not doing Energy Blast this time, right? Trying Shadow Breaker. I don't even know if I like this. I realized I didn't like one of these abilities. I didn't like Palm was okay. This is gonna be chaos. Oh, and I need some runes for this. I need apparently my thing can use like 12 Galewind runes, and I'm just like, oh well, that isn't like I do not have that. No one has that. So yeah, don't really know what to do for some of these, but it's like I will figure it out, I guess. I have like two runes, and that's it. Okay, good enough. Okay. Give it a whirl. Give it a whirl. Yeah, I found that. Oh god, you guys are too big on my mod. The only thing that's good is the crippling barrier was always been a staple for this character. I didn't know about illusion strike though. This looks cool. Innate Benji, who's that? The goat. Strike should also be part of your raid build. It wasn't when I looked at the thing before. Destroy SF main? Wait, really? Died once? Fine. Kinda hurts, man. The Ace is my favorite for Chaos Dungeons. This? Why is this stupid crippling barrier? You want to try last arc again? Well, someone told me to play, and then convinced me to play, and then they're not playing. So now I feel like I got baited. Oh man, I actually need hella carries on this character for the Guardians, because I don't know how much damage I do on this, but pretty sure I am terrible on this character. His stream is trying to stay away from Lost Ark streamers in general, because I don't want to consume Lost Ark content more than I already played. Outside of like maybe patch rundowns or something. Ray has 80 hours of Lost Ark already. Oh, interesting. Only 80? Yeah, it feels like fuck. Oh, I did the thing. I keep doing this, man. Well, I guess this is me time to look at stuff. Fritz back. Is this the one of those stones that sells for like nothing? Yeah. Okay. I heard it's 2 times flash step into something, and then you do energy release whatever. I have the thing right here. I was looking at the rotation. Here. This is the build I'm doing originally, right? It is gonna be, oh god. It was supposed to be, this is for adrenaline, and then energy release, but like, it requires conviction judgment runes. Oh, interesting. They do use illusion strike. What the heck? I probably have to rebuild this anyways. Why does this guy have 3 Galewind runes? How does he even get Galewind? Blue Galewinds? I don't even have any of these. From Guardians? Okay, that they is it guaranteed drop? I feel like it is not. Wait, look, I'm so close to my Bifrost key. The Galen, why don't you murder Deshkaluska? Is that for legendary Galewind? Or just like any Galewind? Like how many Galewinds can you get from one guy? High tiers drop lower Galewind now? Well, yeah, I kind of just need help doing Guardians, but I'm just a matchmake and hope they don't kick me kind of deal. Feels good. Farm gambling, let me know. I still need mine. Oh my god. I can't believe. No, it's fine. I would just get it normally. I mean, farming dash Risha, man. That sounds lame. Wow, I can farm Caliglios. How many things do I have now? Oh, I have 260 already. What the fuck? Oh, I mean, for this character, like, okay, so with this character, I hit everything already, right? Everything's never. Oh wait, my weapon craft on the initially was 73 quality. Wait, that's awesome. That's so good. 72. The rest of the stuff is I don't give a shit. I really do not give a shit. I do not have the right spec on. Oh. Oh. Okay, they're not gonna know this, right? No, I don't have the thing. I can't change it fast enough. They're not gonna know this. Don't worry. I accidentally put my thing to, yeah. I don't have the damage. They're really gonna look at my. Hopefully they don't know. They're gonna know. No way they know. No way they have any idea that I'm griefing. It's weird to just not do everything for. Did we fail? I can also use my fucking fist. Yeah, I don't have the right runes on. Don't worry about it. I got it. And by me, I mean. Just auto attacking this guy, man. I don't know how they did timing for the thing that much. I like this game so far, it's terrible. Everything but the combat about this game is absolutely the worst thing ever. There's my Makoko buff. This is so embarrassing, man. coming in with my chaos build and I don't have the things to change it is so bad. Oh, this is gonna hurt. Oh, I'm in pain. So what happens if your soul fist doesn't crit? Because you can't guarantee 100% crit on this character, right? Unless you're running like some weird version of the build. You cry? Oh. Even if you stack adrenaline, it's not guaranteed, right? I did literally no damage. Cruel? Yeah, don't worry about it. I know I did no fucking damage, man. Trust me, I'm well aware I got fucking carried. Fuck you, SF. Wait, that guy actually said that to me? Wait, what did I do? Wait, what did I do? Wait, back in Lost Ark, don't talk to me. Wait, yeah, I feel like, isn't this the Jumpstart server? Isn't this for new players? I'm not even a new player, but it's like, imagine someone does that and he just, I didn't do anything. Is that fucking weird? I feel like that's gotta be fucking weird, man. Or hold on. I gotta reset like a lot of this act. I guess not. I mean, yeah, I mean, no, it's okay. I can keep some of this. Actually, I'm surprised I keep Illusion Strike here. I just need the energy release. Not having this really sucks. This is like my most important thing. Wait, I don't have level 5 quick cut for this? What? That's all good, right? Bolting Crash, Tempest. Is this Terminator? Then there's Palm, which I can't even fucking do. But that's okay. There's Illusion Strike, which I think is different as well. Hard Hitter, Apex, Seething Fury. There's this, which is fine. Really Berry here is kind of pissing me. Oh, it's Bolting Crash that I'm missing. Okay. I only need 4 of. Or Volant. Cool. Okay, everything looks fine. I just need to increase levels on. I guess it does not fucking matter. This. So it's wait, this is quick recharge. Bolting Crash is bleed. Brushless is the Giga Gale Wind, of course. Illusion Strike is Judgment. Conviction is Celestial Palm. Orb. Sure. And then, wait, what is this? Force Orb is quick recharge? Sure. Energy releases Gale Wind. Oh, I saved more than 8? One of these is wrong. 1, 2, 3. Illusion. It's this one. Okay, everything is fine. And I buff this, I guess. The YouTube video is amazing, such a good watch. Well, thank you. That's all thanks to my editor.
I swear this will improve your life.
Conviction? I replaced it by accident. Oh, this is supposed to be a conviction. Judgment, conviction. Why is this Iron Wall? This is not my OGSF. This is actually so important. I need a hope amulet. This. Hold on. I actually hold on. That one is actually super important. Probably the most important thing I can have. Prep. Now for pummel. Yeah, of course. Okay. It's energy blast over force orb. I think for the initially it is not when I saw it. Who kept this blast? Do I want any of this? No, I'll eventually get all of these. I'm not worried. Why does it show this? Like, how do I remove these from showing up? Because I've had these, I already have this, right? Charge swiftness and endurance after using a movement ability. Skills, tripod. Disable shown tripods. Wait, where is it? Cool. Wait, I actually need to save the illusion strike settings, right? Are they track some of these? Yeah. This seems fine. I'm pretty sure Oh, all my bangles suck pretty much. These are the rest of the skill points. Yeah. I don't know what's the next best one, but it's probably like this. Sure. Sure.
I swear this will improve your life.
Uh. Sure. I mean, I literally did every single one that was on my bars, so that's fine. Oh, it's not good. Versus Tempest are your strongest abilities. Got it. Okay. What is this? I didn't mark any abilities on this character, and I kind of am like, fuck. Maybe I should. Nah, it's fine. I think I'm done. Well, not really. I kind of have I done any Legion raid? I have not. Fuck it, I'm down to just go the Legion raid. But I have to do something first. Wait, where am I? Whoa, what is that? Oh, you can go to Southburn. Interesting. You rated have to raise Boulder Card to 7? Hmm? Oh, I need to put my units.
Sorry, it's because I'm so small.
Your current build doesn't have your class synergy. What does that mean?
Come on, hurry.
What? Like, what is class synergy? I guess because I do not understand. It's east, right? The 6% wide damage party buff, isn't it my energy release? Wait. It's this? It's this? Oh no. Alright, it is what am I doing? This? Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, my bad. Sure, I got it. Okay, did I have to go to not that place? Not that place. Yes, this place is not that place. You swap the second row tripod from 2 to 3. Oh fuck. Okay. Yeah, no, I'm good. Second row palm. Oh no, it's not supposed to be 2. It's supposed to be 3. I swapped it here and I swapped it back. right? I need a mount. Where are my mount? Where's my mount button? OTV, of course. It's crazy that everyone knows the hotkeys instantly when I ask. Wait, where do I go? I guess this way? As the knowledge is vague, apparently it's just hit all your buttons during your shit and you're good. Wait, hold on. I need a tripod this. This is the most important spot. Throw this here, and then you go back to here. You're ready to use harsh training and not burning hands? Wait, really? I thought this? Sure. You guys wouldn't lie to me. Oh, I should do I mean, I should just make it easy. I'll just do it here. And then now I go to Moko Night Market. I have to go to East Lutera. Okay. Remember you did something Argus that came out with no supports? That shit was intense on release. Yeah, I think Argus P3 took me fucking forever, man. But also, I would say my war dancer having Ether Predator at the time, like, I can't believe I ran a page that was like, oh, heavy armor Ether Predator. This is gonna be so cheap, so that when Legion raids come out, I can switch and I'd be so far ahead of people. Great plan, Scarra. You're fucking beast. The Predator's not MVP. I was too far ahead of my time, man. Way too far. Remember you collecting bananas? Don't remind me of fucking Punica chef recipes. That shit, God. It's actually okay if you have a group of 4 people and you rotate. But like, what you had to do for that really sucked ass. What you did was you needed a group. There's like a couple of main spawn areas. You take a group, each person farms a spawn area, and every 5 minutes or so you switch. So you collect the drops, because the drops for your teammates are still there. So you just keep switching to pick up the drops that they killed, but they can't see yours. It's fucking stupid. It was fucking stupid. Yeah, you can do it 4 times as fast with a party. Did they buff the bananas? Oh my, I literally took forever doing those. But yeah, now that I'm in the routine of dailies now, I'm pretty sure I could do my dailies pretty quick. The only thing is, God, this is how they bait you. When their event shop has like these or some of the other ones where you're like, well, I mean, if I have a 3rd account that could use these, it's probably be, he's like, I should probably just fucking do it, you know? But like, that's how they get you. That's literally how they get you. I tried Brel, no, but I will eventually. I still need to do Vault and Vicus on this account. I need to do Clown on this account. Holy fucking God. Clown. account. Could you imagine if the entire time I had another account that I didn't tell you guys about? I log in, it's fuck. They're like, it's all 1600 eye level characters. Esther 8 weapon. You can stack this up now instead of it being limited. Wait, really? Did it not go away after a certain time? Oh, wait, the earlier events used to disappear, right? Oh my god. What the fuck? They oh yeah, I should press spacebar. Oh my, when did they do that? I remember when they didn't do that. Never quit Lost Ark for the entire year and a half on a secret account. Yeah, I'm literally the richest player on the server. All right, question. If I were to, how do you buy a story skip for Elgasia? Like, cause I actually don't know. I looked around for it and I was like, I don't see it. Oh, I need to go to Moko. What about the payoff? There's no way you told me you did it on your character. For sure, you skipped that shit as well. Okay, I mean, I'm pretty good. My biggest problem is I just need to, these fucking things, I don't, oh, okay, well, this is useless. I don't know why this is here. I need to organize some of this shit better, man. Like, some of this is so many random books and shit, like, okay, there's bound to roster, bound to character. Okay, wait, what if I do this? This shit is just terrible, and I'm gonna just, okay, use it. Okay, down to roster. Do these not stack? Are they different things? They are. This one's smaller. Okay, interesting. This is fucking useless. Basic. Okay, hold on. Let me use this. Let me get rid of these. These are all random shit. Sure. Okay. I mean, I guess that's not that bad. So, is this a character where I just take all the leap stones and just throw it to my main? Does my main even use these leap stones? Oh, it stops using these once I get the ancient gear. Oh. I see. Okay. Oh, you use them up to a con? Oh, okay, sick. Okay, dude, I don't need to do anything on this. Okay, I'm down to do some Legion raids. Fuck it. Well, how bad could my character be? I guess I'm worried I'm not gonna be able to do clown on this character. Should be fine. Clown minimum is 1475. Yeah, I mean I can. No, it's like, as in I suck ass, so I can't do clown on this character. Prog for 4 more hours. True. Okay, guys, if you get on, I need a carry. Wait, where's my party? With that, oh, I invited too many supports. If you do, if you want to do, yeah, I don't know if I am doing clown or whatever. That's the thing. You have an incredible knack for storytelling when you recount personal experiences, dive into the lore of a game. You captivate your audience with your narratives. Thank you. I think that's what I would read. That sounded very interesting. Like I paid that for that comment. Yeah. Oh, I don't care about the gold acquisition. I'm not sure if I'm doing clown on this character, so I'm just gonna go ahead and say fuck it. And if I lose a couple thousand gold, I don't care. That way I don't stress about it later. And I'll do, I mean, I have to say this. The biggest problem is I have to save Brel. Wait, am I on the right? I'm on the right thing. What is the order for the orbs? I don't know. Okay. Bro, my character. Oh, yeah, no, this is the character I wanted to wait for Celine on. The reason I leveled this character is unironically because Celine last week was like, hey, it would be like, it'd be nice to do Brel. And I'm like, okay. Well. So 1, 2, 3. I'm 2, right? One, 2. Okay. So I wait for 1 to pick the thing, right? And then I take it. Right? Is that right? It's clockwise. Okay, I got it. Yeah, no problem. I'm not missing. I don't miss, right? Let's go. It didn't crit. I don't think so. I swear I pressed V instantly after E. But honestly, I'm a liar. So really, like, could have been anything. I wouldn't even trust me. The one nice thing about this character is that they just have so much mobility. Like having flashed up is just cool. Did I think it's too slow? Oh, okay. Not my fault. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. Sometimes I can't tell. It was just out of order. Okay, okay. So I take mine next. Cool. I think I might have done it slow. Can we restart? I didn't read the rotation correctly, so I have no idea how to actually loop my abilities together. Kind of a freestyle one. Guys? Guys? Wait. All right, wait. Let's stand here. Let's stand. Fine, it's fine. Yeah. And then we're missing one, right? Which is Is that okay? Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah, Arrow's 1, I'm 2. That's why we gatekeep. I feel like Lost Ark is such a weird game because like people expect people to know how to do everything automatically. I always find that to be strange. Like I am not gonna execute everything well, you know? Especially on like a jumpstart server, it feels weird with the I've said about new players, like stuff that's not working out. This stuff is not gonna work out. I don't like. I fucked them. But it's okay because I hate it. This game sucks. I don't know what the fuck my buttons do. Which one's the good button? I don't know which one does the whirlwind. I need to read my ability. I think it's pummel, right? It's pummel and crash. The weight thing.
us combine our strength.
Wait. Wait, did I do it right? Are you supposed to wait skip the second one? Oh, you're not supposed to get hit with the balls. I see. How am I on the MVP screen? Wait, was that me? Yeah, it was, baby. I level this character base. It's 1490. Yeah, I can't even see the monsters before they die. I broke Cage or a con once, bro. I'm 1530 on my main. That should tell you if I've tried though. I'm pretty sure I know. I just hit the the thing at 130, right? I'm pretty sure I got it. Yeah. I'll throw one. Okay. Oh, we fucked up. Ah, it's fine. Did he hit like the crumb on the floor? Like, how does that work? I did too much damage. Wait, no, we did too much damage. Oh no. I'm not gonna ulti next time. I'm fucking stupid, man. We're fine? Okay, I just don't hit, just don't hit. Oh, I'm so sorry. My bad. What's slow? Oh, I fucking. You should just do it before he hits the first one, so you can save people. It's like, if you bow to it early enough, you can save that guy from dying, though. Like, it's fine. Oh wait, Balthor is weird. He lasts a hell of a long time, like way longer than I think he does. Also, why is my soul fist thing? Hello. What are we doing next? Oh, I'm on the wrong side. You're here? Yeah, okay, we're good. Ow, fucking dumbass, for sure. Wait. Is that good? Wait, okay, we're good, okay. Okay, wait, I was so worried. All right, we're good, okay. Oh, I flicked up, Dude, people do so much damage in this raid. Okay. Now it's not up to me, right? Because you can technically ball through the second rotation, but like you can definitely just play that better, right? Oh, don't worry, I got him. Don't worry, I got him, guys. Watch his health bar disappear. Oh my god. We stand here, right? Because then he does the thing all the way to us. Oh, wait, we tanked it. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Wait, where's he hitting that? Oh. Okay. So. Cool. Okay, cool. Cool. Oh, I'm not gonna lie. I would have died if the stage was more broken here. Now he runs to us, right? Spins to us. Yep. No. Oh. My cute. It's fine. No, finish this. I'm gonna move this to someone else. Oh, I fucking suck, man. I thought he was gonna do the things where you touch the ground and it blows up kind of deal. And instead I did the thing where they didn't do that. Is that not in that phase? After he slams the axe? Oh. Whatever. Man. Okay, SF is like the thing about SF is you need to know like the boss mechanics a lot. Because if you just like go crazy, then you just in a bad spot, then you just fuck. It's like I ulti and then there's an immunity phase and I'm just like, bro. Like I ulti and I throw a fucking bomb and it just he moves a little bit. I'm like, all right, man. Your ult's only 15% of your damage? No, it's not. Because I'm a streamer. It's actually 100% of my damage. Oh, good shit, good shit. Thank you for the carry. Okay, hold on. Let me see what else I'm supposed to do here. I don't have any of the things ready. It's fine. I'm pretty much only looking for my own stuff here, so I don't care. The stats are bad. These stats are very bad. Do I have a first clear thing? Oh, I do not, because it's not a first clear. Oh, Volton. I mean, I'm pretty sure I actually need to reclaim this on this account, right? Okay. 0.5. Elbows is a jump start compared to regular. I have no comparison point, unfortunately. So sorry. Okay, wait. I probably did too many necklaces here, but it's fine. Fortitude grudge. Is that a thing? Spec swiftness? I guess I could use that later. I need spec crit, right? Ooh, 86. For sure, I'm just looking for a super high quality one. I'm down to just toss everything else. It's not purple. I don't really want it. Crit Swift. Oh, I can't use it, right? Endurance? Oh, that's not what I thought it was. Alright, I didn't Vicus. But what is the thing for Vicus? 3K. The thing for Cackle Sadon is 45. The thing for challenges is cards. Selection pack. This one is selection pack. Chaos I already got. Brell is the interesting one. Brell is so many maps. Lord hello, welcome back for 60 months. Happy 5 years. Happy 5 years. I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna play some bats. I need to get some water. Guys, I haven't been watching Worlds at all. How's Worlds been? I also like how I ask you a question that it reads, so I can't see the answer. Hold on. You know, honestly, I think I should have made not a soul fist, because I already have, like, I don't know, kind of a weird slow base class. I should have picked like a striker or something. I don't know. Pistolier angle. It was actually a pistolier angle. We will die. I gotta set the expectation so no one so if someone messes up, I can't say that. Are you serious? Kill myself. Can I do that? There's no way, right? Huh, I can say that though. I feel like there's something wrong with the auto. I think there's something wrong with the auto thing. All right, guys, we're gonna go through all these. Okay, I think I have too many support. Wait, hold on. Do I have too many? Okay, Balenciaga, you go over here. Balenciaga. Any plus ones? Try EO SF. Maybe I should try that. I've heard the problem with that is I've heard it's really skill point / rune like required. Like it doesn't feel good unless you have that. And like I wasn't planning on doing that much horizontal content, if that makes sense. Yeah. That's something where like I want to be on a character where I'm having like gold everything to make it. I'm okay to make a party that makes it work, but it's more just like okay, Raiden, bro. Hello? Hello? Is that he hasn't done the quest, or is that the oh, you're on the loading screen? Oh, it blocks you out if you're on the loading screen? Well, that is a weird one. I did not know that was a thing. Yeah, playing on JS doesn't feel that bad. I think I would play Pistolier.
incredible strength is gathering
What
through
the fuck
that
is
stem.
5? That's the
Vicus must
first
be at the end of it.
ball.
Are you ready? It won't be easy, so stay alert.
Is 5 the second ball? It's 5-2? It's 5-2? Oh. Oh. Five, one, zero. I don't have time to stop with this character. Fuck it. We'll figure it out. Wait, she has the things on the first rotation? She's coming back down, right? Perfect rotation. Perfect rotation. I'm dead. Bro. Wait, am I not supposed to take it there? Where do I take that? Wait, where am I supposed to take that?
You have to observe closely and not get bewitched by the illusion.
Well, I thought other people were supposed to move away from me, right? In that situation. Oh, am I the safe spot? Oh, I see. I don't see. But I kind of see. I'm so sorry. I think I hit someone twice, man. You eat it, a safe spawn spawns on my floor. I fuck it. I don't understand that. Holy fuck, okay. So I'm 5-1, right?
Don't look away.
My first one?
Darkness inside of you.
5-1? Bro, did we fuck up? That looked a little sus there. I'm not gonna lie. So, I thought someone was supposed to take 2. Ow! Am I stupid?
Okay, just scream.
No, man. Ow. Oh my god. Oh my god, I literally can't play the game, man. Don't worry, don't worry, I got it. I got it, guys. I will finish this myself. I'm not really sure what happened there, but you know what? We work with that. Did I miss? Wait, no way I missed. How the fuck do you miss? God, why is there a dead zone? Why is it possible that they coded the dead zone into a fucking ability that has no target area? Did I even crit there? Okay, what did I get? Swiftness? Oh, I am not. Okay, we're good, we're good. You go up? Oh god, with our fourth player. Our fourth player?
It's just the two of us.
Okay. Hopefully that guy can type really fucking fast.
Focus your eyes on me.
Didn't get distracted at all. Fucking full on gamer mode. Two people? Two people? Okay, who was it, bro? Oh no, I need to get, oh no, oh god, I'm good. I forgot. I had to get charmed. We're all good. Holy shit, everyone's all after me, man. Okay, I will frog. Wait, I don't have the bar. Guys, we need to kill the thing. Wait, I don't have the guys. I do not have enough bar. Okay, so what happened? Did we do too much damage? How come I've never had this issue on my destroyer? Need time stop? Where the fuck are my time stops? Hold up. Wait, hold up. I got, there are things for this. Okay. And then I'll grab a couple of these. Yeah, we're good. Double destruction. Oh, I don't have that. I messed up. My energy release.
Use it to prevail against her.
Oh, okay. I'm at. Oh, I don't think we have to. Okay, never mind. We're good. I think I fucked up. Was I the one that fucked up? I think I fucked up. No. I think I put a swamp the wrong place. Someone put a swamp in the top right. It was my bad, I think. Pay attention, guys. Stay focused.
Focus your eyes on me.
Okay, man. Who was it? Oh, never mind. We're good. Wow. I got absolutely rolled.
Unleash your power,
Dojo. Okay, I'm sorry. They were trying to do a different strategy. I didn't understand, and I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm gonna wait. I'm pretty sure they were looking to do a strategy where it was different. Yeah, and I was like, oh. Yeah, no. But this time we got the sword, so I got way, right? Yeah. If there was this is the other way to do the mechanic. I'm fucking dead. Okay, wait, am I here? Fuck. Did you miss one? We good? How? Okay, welcome back for 26 months. Thanks for subbing.
Look delicious.
I don't know if we missed one until after this. Oh, we're good. Don't worry, guys. I'll do it. Oh. So awkward. You stand behind it, I think? Is this just, you have to get rid of her stagger bar or something? Oh no, that guy. Oh god, that guy got put in a bad spot. Don't worry, guys.
Unleash your power, Dojo!
I missed. I missed. Yeah. Man, these cider reels are really just shit. Wait, I died? Bro, this game sucks. Yeah. All right, any selection cards? Nope. Nope. Mount, guys. Thank you so much. How do I get out? How do I leave? Oh, yeah, card packs here. Oh, only from the other loot. Interesting. Like, good shit, guys. Good shit, guys. So what did I gain from that? I got the first open clear. I don't. These are free taps, right? Okay, but I don't want to tap my gear anymore, so they're just dead, I guess. Is this clown on Soulfist? Oh yeah. I just need to figure out what the rotation means. I think it's okay. I think it's fine. I wait, what are these used for? Nice, 7 gold. Woo! Oh, upgrade weapon quality. Oh, is it like a free one? Oh no, it's just normal. I mean, I don't need to tap my stuff anymore, right? I have 72 on this account and I have 82 on my main. So my weapons are actually good. Like, I wouldn't want to tap. Some of these armor pieces are kind of sixes though. My one purple for hard mode. Wait, have I even done this on my main account? I mean, I can get 100 pretty easily. I just have to get an Esther weapon, right? No RNG. Settings builder can be used to track your completed raids. I haven't even done Vault and Vicus on this account. Okay, do I even need to do Vaulton? I mean, the thing is, he's the most fun. I enjoy Vaulton the most, is the problem. But I definitely do Brel on this character. It's free gold. I mean, do you get gold if you don't click the thing? What is this? Rennie says she'll be back in 15 minutes. So I guess I'm doing Brel in 15 minutes, potentially. On my Soul Fist. Or I guess this character. I really... Maybe it's probably should be on this character. Hold on, let me try to figure out... We'll just grab these first. I'll figure out the rest later. Figure out the shop first. Sure. I need to start doing all the roster storages. I want all. Oh, there's a second page. There's a second page. Wait, it's done. Or research the second page. Oh, I mean that's good. That's good. I'm researching all the. Actually, I'm down to just buy these for like these are probably the most worth crystal purchases. Because like I kind of need having spaces for your roster storage is kind of nice. By kind of nice, I mean really fucking important. We went to 54 and doing cages this week, the gold errors. I'm not too worried about earning optimal gold this week. Oh, this is like a. Oh, I just use it. Cool. We want the play. Oh shit! That oh. But I would want to. Oh, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. So many cards, man. Am I supposed to open all of these? Are these for deep dive? These are platinum skins. I cannot sell anymore. Wakoko skins. Guardian stones. Oh, these are bound to character. I should just open these. Bound to character. That is bound to roster. What does this have? Get a wallpaper. Oh, the model is kind of important, I think. Because I wanted to make it favorite the good cards. Oh man. We focus, no problem. I have so many random things. I need to use all of these, I think. these are fine. I use all these as well. Okay. I think that's good. I mean, I think it's good. It's 200? Holy smokes. Okay, I really don't want someone like these are not useful, right? You want that in there. Probably want that in there. Probably want that in there. Probably want this in there somehow. Somehow it's gonna be a weird. Around pieces, I'm at 4. 16, 17, 16, 16. This week is if I get full, if I can get weapon, I would smash it to 16 or 15. And then I would be good. If I get only armor, then I can do still the same thing. It wouldn't matter. It's 15. Oh, I would prefer to do 15 here because I have to, right? Or I would prefer to. Oh, this is just the second one. I'm forced to do second one here. Okay, that's fine. Armor is easier. I mean, it doesn't matter if armor is easier. I would, because you're given 75 for do 1-4. I would just take weapon for more stats. I'm not worried about hitting 15 with my mats. I think I would be kind of guaranteed to hit it. Give up a loss or getting a bro learning party is too hard. Oh. Yeah, all the times when I make a group and people just snipe my party, like the learning comes, it's usually just me. Because all the other 7, like, it's like the learning party was made for me and I figure stuff out. And it's like easy for me. So I get a better experience. Which, like sucks. For, like, I don't know. Like, it's good for me, but it's like, I understand that it's very privileged. If you're gonna hit 50, 40, no, if I'm getting 75 per this week, I might as well get weapon, right? I can't get armor and weapon, so if I'm just forced to get one, I might as well just get weapon. Weapon's cooler anyway.
Welcome to the cube. Start.
If finally get that learning stacks, yeah, I mean, but that kind of sucks. Like, this game definitely does feel like stuff gets gate kept a lot, because it's like the thing about this game that is why that's a thing is because your time is so valuable in this game, because everyone thinks of time as like, oh, I could be doing daily, right? It's like optimization for money, which is like kind of a terrible way to get stuck thinking about it, but it's kind of what this game encourages, right? Like, if I'm stuck in a party for 3 hours, then that's 3 hours I could have been doing something else. Yeah, and that, I think that's like a really bad thing, but it's like a, yeah, I kind of understand how I got to that position. So I'm looking for gold rooms here. Is that what you guys? Lots of support, jumpstart. Are you serious? On my Sophist today? You know what the on Sophist today, literally someone told me, someone said fuck you when I play my Sophist today. And my first vaulted, literally someone was just like, I'm leaving because someone didn't sit in the right position. I'm like, okay. I was like, what the fuck? And like I'm on a server which it should be like there's no reason why all your parties should be good. Because it's the jumpstart server, right? If you want like a really good party, you're playing with people, right? I'm looking for a gold room. I've never seen one yet. Hopefully this room. Hopefully, is it this one? How do you tell?
Start.
Oh no, my hurt. Wow, that was a really long wind up. The room itself will be gold. Well, that's good to know. Yeah, back-to-back treasure rooms. Yeah, I've not seen one yet, so I don't know what they even look like. These circles are so big and obnoxious, man. One more room. Training new players? No, yeah. I mean, I know they have to play on this. What is that? Attack power, but thing decreased? That's fine. No problem with just 100 million there. I hit two. Here we go. Big bang. Wait, this cube up is so nice because I just do max fucking it. 200 million. Holy fuck, I can't even count that high. Whew. Wait, so when did the patch notes come out about characters? Good work, guys. Real quick and easy. Hitmaster engraving. Yeah, 100,000. Oh, that's me, baby. Upright fighter. Yep. No big deal, guys. You know, not a big deal. Is it 40 minutes? Oh. But Lost Ark since the link came out, do not ask me. I do not. I'm not here to tell you if you should play or not. That looks terrible. I do want to leave. I think I remember. Yeah. It gives you crafting great success chance for specials. Wait, what are specials? It's like Aura stuff. Oh, I don't even want this. Wow, well, I guess I can't change it. That's huge. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. But like, I'm not crafting them yet. I need some time. Okay, what if I... Oh, witch's house is in 6 minutes? That's looking character. Get the favor for 10k. Wait, you're on already? Wait, let me look at my cards. Okay, what are the things I want? I want 12-piece deep dive. Lost Wind Cliff. Light of Salvation. Okay, Light of Salvation is like the thing that takes you like 20 years to get. This isn't like a real fucking set, man. New Nailies? Oh, it's no problem. Mark all of those cards as favorites. How do you market them as favorites? Top left. And then I do Light of Salvation. Then do I do Lost Wind Cliff? So what does this do? I probably am doing deep dive. Can I just open for this now? You just need a lot of... I mean, I feel like they're not that... It's not that bad. Just buy the monthly card packs. It's only $120. Okay, fuck off. Only $120. Yep. Actually, do I have a... I kind of already have what I want. What do I want? Holy shit, I want a corrupted earring. I don't hit point. The only thing I know about stuff is I would just... Oh, wait, that's what I was looking for. Oh, I found one early. Hell yeah. I was looking for a 100 or like a high level earring. That was crit. My build. I don't know, fucking 100. Little 100er. Wait, I just realized it is actually Great Hammer +5, Supercharged +3. Huh. Pretty good. Wrong way. Yeah, what's the best I got? I only care when I see rocks. I only care about support rocks. Is this actually something someone would use? I don't think so. Why can't East and West play together? There's a lot of things that I question. Why can't? And then yeah, a lot of things. What's up, Solus?
Wow, that's no joke.
Probably get deep dive 12. Did you do hard bro yet? No. I'm not even 1540 yet. Well, I will be, but I need to do bro this week. Like I'm just waiting. I have all the I'll have the math. I can hit it, but I don't. I did hit One Piece to 15, but I haven't done bro the week. Activate the pass. Bro, hello? What? Doesn't matter. You have to do Brel a couple times. Deep Dive 12. Is Deep Dive 12 already better than my card catalog? What am I using right now? 3% initial damage? Not even that bad. Hard Brel, normal Brel gives the same mats for armor upgrade. If I do Hard Brel clear, I can get armor weapon. Full clear. But like that's a little unlikely. I realized something. This thing is exactly like the fucking thing, but why couldn't Clown be like this? Yeah, like why couldn't Clown be controlled like this? It feels a lot, I don't know, more smoother. Wait, can you use multiple people?
Oh, this Moko must be suicidal.
Baba Yaga has revealed herself. Prepare yourself for the final battle.
Huh? Huh? That stagger mechanic? You have to do hammer for stagger? I did not know.
Baba Yaba's minions are coming.
Oh. Oh god, oh god, oh god. My dad, guys. Tell me the truth. You guys believe in me, right?
Baba Yaba's minions are coming.
Oh, you get tired of you defeat around that? Oh, I can just die as many times as I want? Okay.
The witch has fallen. The hero is triumphant. The witch is no more, thanks to the great hero. Now you make one last trip back to the village.
Use the G. Okay, that's not bad. Wait, I thought you were supposed to solo this. Okay, so I got 90 for my first raid. What are these? Oh, they give card XP, card packs. I can't even buy anything. I like have to wait to buy like, oh, this one's 1580 only. Okay, okay.
The Mokos greet their conquering hero with
Wait,
a warm,
there's more
grateful
quests?
Everyone is happy.
Yeah, this is a really interesting
And they
side
live
quest.
in peace forever after.
Oh,
The
oh, cool.
end, as long as you are there.
God, you know what that's oh there's something that's nearby that I could do. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no. Horizontal, it's more like diagonal, okay? And all I have to do is just do it long enough to get a star. Because Ready said should be done anytime now. Wait, they'll kill it in one hit. What the heck? Running crash. The power shoulder. Oh, okay. Yo, I'm just wondering, where's Ready? Hello? I'm only forced to do this because Ready is taking too long. I wouldn't have to do this if otherwise. She's stalling? I knew it. I'm blogging it right now. Stuff like that. I mean, it's fine. Like, I'm just doing this to get a star real quick. Probably take like 5 minutes tops to get a star, you know? You either prepare a big amount of coffee and then drink some tea tree. I mean, I could do 4 later in the week, right? I can just do 1-3, hit the armor, get the 1540, and I'm done. Then I can start doing K Angel. Dude, how long does this quest line take? What the heck? K just sounds like pain. You know, I feel like Destroyer, it's like pain for Destroyer for a lot of setups. But that's what makes it fun. World first Damien on NA. I mean, by the time Damien hits NA, it's gonna get nerfed, right? It's already nerfed. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Wait, Esther weapons only go up to +8, right? But like technically there's nothing to stopping them from making Esther weapons cap at +25, right? So like they technically could have infinite pay to win. Like you have like technically like a +100 Esther weapon. Oh my god, man. You use multiple Esther 8s? Huh. You can get Esther 6 without swiping. Aren't the things like a million each? This 1655 stroke on NA West. 1655. Holy fuck. Bro, right? I got this. I'm just gonna get a star. It's gonna take 2 minutes. He's an Esther 8 before K Angel. What do you do when you're that high level with no content? Like you're just sitting there? You're farming fucking Caligula? Guy with 6050 Stork Destroyer Paladin. Oh. That feels, huh? Where am I? I looked away for a second. I mean, how much money would it take to get 1650 in A? It must be a really high amount because there's not enough sources of gear, right? Season 20 is almost 2 million in mats. But like Esther, 2 million seems like nothing. The Esther price, the price of the Esther component alone is like 800k to a million each. 2 million is 200 bucks. I don't. 200 bucks, huh? Oh my god. Oh yeah, I was like, this seems a little low. So Mr. Bussy, nothing much. You just farming. I really wish this game had more of like a kill a bunch of shit in a row thing. I cannot believe this game does not have like a mode where you're just killing like waves of shit. "25th Chaos Gate revamp." Chaos Dungeon isn't doing that for you. It's terrible. What? The Chaos Dungeon have no monsters. If you tried to go the path of exile, that was a map, people wouldn't even run it. There's not enough juice on that map. That would be a bad tile set that no one would fucking run. What does this one give me? You have a Congear, it's 36 million gold to go 50 you spend on game rates. You'll get $36,000 on map buying alone, but on average it would cost twice that in theory. That's not as bad as I thought. Which is pretty bad because I thought it'd be way more. There's a legendary overwhelm room. I'm pretty sure I don't even need that. I don't need stagger assistance.
No one is coming to save me. But Scarra, she's my true savior.
I feel like by doing this island, I acknowledge that I am a loser. That I don't deserve human rights. And that anything that can happen to me by playing this game, that I deserve all of it. I've done this so many times. Is there not buffed rates for this Omnium soul yet? Is it still like reduced rates? Why I hit this so fast on my main account, I think. Like within the first like couple runs.
beautiful souls.
We do it every day for 4 weeks now.
From your agony, you'll all be happy.
Oh.
As my dolls.
I was supposed to let her do the bomb so she can open up the thing at the top. I fucking forgot, man. I'm still missing the purple rune from Lush Reed. I've gotten that island every time it's up since launch. Holy fuck. You get it next time, don't worry. I'm getting it right here. I'm actually sitting up for this. Perfect posture.
No one is coming to save me. But Stella, she's my true savior.
Bro 3, yeah. But I didn't kill Bro 4. Okay. Omnium Star, please.
Lonely and beautiful souls, I will save you from your agony. You'll all be happy as my dolls.
Okay, so how much can I hit him? Wait, did I not do it? There we go. Oh my god. And a Makoko. Let me see it. I fucking get it, bro. I'm sad. I wish Scar would come home. Guys, I'm still here. I'm the same old dude. You've changed. I haven't changed. How you like it? Lost as content? It's still shit. realistically. Nothing has changed, I would say. Like the combat's still really good. But, like that's never been the issue, you know? I played TFT for 6 more months? True. Why don't I just play multicasters every game? Yo, where's Rennie? Like literally she said she was gonna be on and then she just left. She's not even connected. ETR in 1 minute. The patch notes too? No, I didn't ignore it. She said stuff like, save him. That's just like the swap veins? No, it's too late. Let me actually, okay, when are we doing the thing?
Hello?
Hello?
I'm literally watching you do Anguish Isle. Wait, what's wrong?
This is what you forced me to do.
You feeling okay?
What you did to me.
I didn't do anything. You're the one who sailed your boat over there.
Not my problem.
How's that not? That's literally your problem. Weren't you the one who made fun of me for doing Anguish yesterday?
Yeah.
And
I would
then-
still make fun of you, Anguish.
Dude, what's wrong with you?
Yeah,
I
it's.
literally see you. What are you doing? Why
Huh?
why are you here?
Oh, I'm leaving.
Good. Okay, so what are we gonna do? Brel 1-3 and you should get 15-20?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me switch characters. Hopefully I can hit 15-20.
Are we doing?
Oh,
Are we doing Bro
apparently-
1-3 hard?
No, we can't.
Oh, you have to do the
be-
whole thing.
No. We can't because it's 15-40 for 1-2 and then 3 is 15-50. Right?
So you can't do like too hard and like too
You
normal.
can, but we're not 15-20, right?
I'm
15-40,
15.
15-40, 15-40, 15-40.
You could be 15. Let me go double check.
Yeah, because I'm not gonna be 15-40.
Oh, you're
Are you
right.
15-40?
No, I could probably hit 50-50 today, but that's it.
15-50? Really?
Yeah.
Alright. My bad. Alright,
It's
my bad.
time. Actually, this is the time for me to switch my. Oh, I'm.
Oh, apparently, patch notes are out.
Yeah, I heard Igniter got buffed.
Did they? That's good. I think people
Well,
were
I
getting
mean,
upset about-
Eladrin's in my chat saying they got buffed. I'm assuming he wouldn't lie. And he's he's the biggest Igniter player I know.
Wait, I played Igniter.
Yeah, not anymore.
True. He literally made an Igniter character because he cried about Summoner the whole time.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. So I'm gonna create a party
Where is the patch notes? Okay, hold on. Give me a sec.
here.
Okay. Bro, this is in Korean. Like, do I just make this shit up?
Yep. Do they have any Aeromancer updates?
Wait, how do I translate? Do the translate thing? Oh wait, hold on. It just showed up here, right? Wait, where'd it go? There we go. Okay.
Oh wait, Aeromancer damage during PvE for all skills except Awakening has increased by 3.6%. Pog.
Okay. This damage of liberation skill. What the fuck is liberation?
I don't know.
I get defense crush on my heavy crush? Huh?
Huh?
Power check's fast. That's nice. Thank God. I literally cannot counter with this ability if I tried.
Oh. Yeah, I'm just happy that they increased the damage of Aeromancer across the board. Let's fucking go.
Oh, wow. Endure Pain got the... It's a 40-second? Oh, those are pretty nice buffs. Okay. Don't know what this is. There's another counter. Okay.
Oh, so some nice little artist buffs too. Cute.
Oh, I get 3% more damage. Okay. Seems like minor buffs. Very minor buffs. Where's Soul?
Where's the support players? Is your stream all DPS?
My stream's using all supports, man.
There's no supports.
Oh, I mean,
we have 6 DPS and no supports.
okay, literally, they're gonna spawn in like right now.
Oh. Okay, one of them spawned in. Yep.
What is Infighter? That's Soul Fighter?
That's based on the image of it. Yeah, where's Paladin? Why isn't Paladin here?
Let's scrap it. Oh,
I'm direct inviting
nope.
Paladin.
Xavier.
Oh, wait, he actually accepted. Easy. It's just that easy.
No buff for Soul. SF, I mean, the SF the buff. What is this?
Alright, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me turn on my in-game music. Okay, do you remember everything?
Nope.
No?
I'll figure it out.
Okay.
I just remember the first one. You missed the way last time, so it took us like a year
I missed the way last time? Huh?
for game one, and then it took us a year to find the other party to DPS it down. Well,
I didn't miss anything. You mean the Thyrene?
sure.
Oh, I'm getting a special request to have you aim the Thyrene.
Huh?
Also, wait, no, I think what happened was our other party was, it was Raiden and the support, and I think Raiden had never done it before, so I think he was a little confused.
You just gonna throw him
'Cause-
under the bus like that?
Yeah, cause you get split
Okay.
up in pairs, and you know we
That's
crushed
cool.
ours. We crushed ours real quick, you know. But anyway, I'm getting a special request for you to aim the Thyrene, and I kind
I'm
of like this because you were
gonna-
just talking shit to me, so
I'm gonna just hit mine because they should
Yeah.
do more damage.
yeah. So I'm just gonna give it to you, and it'll be good, right?
Sure.
Okay.
The highest
Yeah,
eye
you're
level.
the highest item level here. You should you should carry us.
I will. Just make sure to step aside when I'm doing damage. I don't want to hurt you guys. Why are my mats smoke screen? Hold up a sec.
way to
You're
connect
what?
the
I've
distorted
I've the fucking PvP arena buffs.
Oh.
Like really.
Oh yeah, you were doing herbs. How'd that go?
It's fucking shit, man. Literally the oh wait, what group am I on? The what happened was the last fight of my third one was 4 teams.
Oh,
I'm
people
like,
teaming.
oh, the other ones were okay.
I did it twice, and the second time I got number 3, and I was just flaming people. All right, so I'm giving you raid leader, so keep in mind you are now number 1 on the party list.
I don't know what that means.
Well, for your ×3 locations.
Don't even remember where I have to be.
Oh well, you're
I-
the
but
highest item level.
I'll run to
so
3. Yeah,
you're
that means I can
supposed-
just
you
ignore
need to
mechanic.
lead us. No,
No,
you need.
just ignore
You need
mechanic.
to lead us.
I have my chaos dungeon.
Can I introduce you to presets?
I didn't have them because I wasn't gonna play the game that long.
You've been playing for how long now?
I purposely didn't set up a preset on purpose. Yep.
Okay, do you want to restart because you have your chaos?
Yeah,
stuff
I'm
on?
literally gonna do fucking 0. I instead of creating for 80k, I'm gonna create for 14. Okay, hold on. Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. All right.
That's a my bad.
Okay, but remember, you're raid leader, so you're gonna do all the sidereals for us.
Yeah.
Okay.
The thyroid is Z.
It's Control Z, yeah. So this gate has Thyrane and an Azena.
Oh, I can't get hit by this stupid ass thing, man. Wait, what happened now? Oh, we're just waiting
Oh,
for
are you ready? Are you ready, Thyrane? You
yeah.
got it, right?
Where do I do it?
Right here. You're supposed to right here. Oh!
Yep, got him. Got him.
You hit it this way! You
Got
hit
it.
Yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Got it first try, honestly.
But I at least hit ours, right?
Yeah, you hit ours. You didn't hit theirs.
Yeah.
I guess that means you can make fun of them if they kill us though? I don't know. Oh, I can't hit this boss because he's just... his back's on the wall.
Yeah, it's meant for me.
Are you fucking turd?
Don't worry, I'll do the countering too. Don't worry, I'll do everything.
Nice. I'm fighting for my life here, trying to hit the booty. Wait, he's in Chaos build too? What the?
Oh my god.
Everyone's in Chaos build. Why is there support in Chaos build?
Wait, are support chaos build is it bad?
Well, he has Yearning on.
I'm running out of mana.
Is everyone just troll? Wait, why is Paladin taking a picture?
Oh no, my light. I still don't really know what to do on this boss. I just damn it.
Yeah, just deal damage.
And there's a ×3 position soon.
Yep. Yep.
Don't know when. Probably 80 bars.
85
Yep.
or something.
Probably somewhere like that. And there's a counter mechanic at some point.
Yeah, like 45 or something like that.
Probably throw a little thigh raid after, you know.
No, you're gonna Azena.
Probably throw a little thigh rain after.
Okay. We can do the mechanic like normal people. Yep.
×3. Oh, I took the wrong one.
No, you.
I took the
You're
×2.
Oh,
Wait, is it a 3 or
×2?
2?
No, you're one. You're one. Yeah, you're in the right spot.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. I was just testing you.
Why?
I was testing if you thought I made mistakes. I don't.
I didn't think you made a mistake. You look good to me.
Yep, exactly.
I was like, that guy knows what he's doing.
Uh-huh. I get that all the time, and only that.
Oh, he turned around.
Okay. We staggered him. Beat the crap out of him.
Almost mechanic time.
Mechanic time.
Okay, Azena.
Dagger time.
Azena. He's doing it.
What does this Zena do for us again?
She kills all of the ads on the sides. Otherwise, you have to kill them.
I suck. I cannot keep track of this at all. Is that it?
Yep. There's 6 counters.
Oh, the 9 numbers now? Oh my god. Oh my god.
You keep doing horizontal, you'll get even stronger.
No, it's diagonal. I don't do horizontal.
I literally just watch you do
That's
anchor
diagonal
style.
card.
I watch you do it.
That's literally diagonal.
You're diagonal.
Hmm? Oh my! If I'm not first on damage, I don't even know. I don't even know what to
You're
say.
the highest level. You better be.
I don't even know what to say. You know. Except of course. Right here. Ooh.
Oh, there it is. Cruel
Ooh.
Fighter. He's
Ooh.
huge.
Ooh. Oh,
You're
I
gonna
buy
only
the
go
chest,
up.
right?
Probably, yeah. You're only gonna go up from here.
Yep.
Yep. Okay. Reminder to our support to put on your non-chaos gear.
Are we up or down? Oh, we're middle. Oh,
Party
middle.
1 goes middle. Usually.
They're
I
up,
don't.
they're up.
Yeah, I don't know why.
I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to go taunt in like the first 2 days or something.
Wait, did I just?
What?
Oh, maybe it was just our bard. I saw someone had preemptive here. It must be our bard, right? Because they said they had chaos on. True courage, preemptive strike, contender, raid captain, lightning fury. Okay.
Lightning Fury. Okay, that's a good one. That's a fucking OG build.
Like the words preemptive strike, and I was like, that's not you, is that? Had to make sure, you know.
Dude.
Okay, are you ready to do Star with your homie Spank Bank Tank again?
Fuck, I forgot Star. Let me think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So am I what you call it? Yellow blue?
Sure, yeah, just type yellow blue and he'll know. And he'll just go other.
Okay. I'm supposed to kill yellow blue, right?
Yeah, one of them.
Oh, blue. Sure, that seems good. You regret the destroyer? Honestly, a little bit, but it's not that bad. Artillery is really fun. That's the thing. But I think
The other diamond. Hold on one sec. Who's the other diamond? I didn't see. Okay. So for this, your job is for that shape mechanic. You want a Anana in the middle, which is mostly helpful to yourself for the stars thing, so you don't have to pay attention to the eye. So it's just for yourself and your homie, basically. Then reminder, the first mechanic is ×3 save spot. Or ×3 typing task, sorry. For you. Party 2 is ×3 + 1.
×3 + 1.
That's party 2. Party 1 is ×3.
×3 + 1.
No, ×3 + 1 for the other shape mechanic though.
Times 6, yeah.
Okay, got it. I think you're good.
No big deal. Let me just monster this guy. Like, oh my god. 87 billion damage? He's not gonna be able to stand up after this.
What?
Huh?
What's that mean?
I'm killing her so hard.
Huh?
Oh, that was inside.
Oh, that was not inside.
I meant the damage was inside.
Oh, okay.
No, my perfect swing.
Counter.
When is the time mechanic?
Pretty soon. Should get it in a bit.
Is it after? Oh, fuck.
Should be like here. Yep, there it is. Oh, we failed.
Whoa!
We failed. Our stagger check.
Okay, I don't have a stagger grenade.
But you're aren't you?
Yeah, I
literally a
am
woman?
the world. It's because I tried to free.
Oh yeah, don't help other people.
Yeah, I'm
they
fucking
gotta
stupid.
Just type.
I have lost uptime because of that.
Yeah. Everyone needs to type. If they fail their typing, then that's a different issue.
So my bad. Wait, ×3. Isn't that? Wait, I took the 2.
You should be here.
Yeah, I took 2. That was my. What is this? What?
If she's red under, then the inside is safe spot and then outside. And then if it's blue, it's the opposite.
Oh,
So outside
okay.
safe and then inside. There's gonna be a counter.
We're on there. Okay, now my DPS this time is actually fucking insane.
So inside first and then out. To go out.
Oh, I'm just gonna ignore that because I have immunity.
Okay, go to your spot.
Alright, I went on the wrong one. It is this one. I was a little spooked there, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I didn't crit. Awkward.
But that's it was green yellow.
There's no green, so.
Right, yeah. Green yellow.
There's no green.
Green yellow?
I think you're blue yellow?
I am blue. Yep.
It's gonna be a counter.
It's the weird one, right?
You said yellow blue. Yeah, yellow blue. So you're yellow
So
blue.
I'm hitting yellow and blue.
Or blue. Only one. You only break the one that she does not show.
Right.
And I don't know if we can counter this one. Can we? Okay. I didn't know if it was ICD.
Perfect.
In and then out. Doing the shape thing. Oh no, the stagger and look, like stagger and look out.
Okay, we're about to do the other one.
Have to do the other one?
Wait, we're about to do the blue.
40 something, I think.
Oh, it's 40.
You mean like the breaking the shape?
Yeah.
Yeah. In? 42.
Well, that was not frontal, really?
Gonna have a counter after this pattern. Does she have a pentagon? So bring the pentagon in and then go to your ×3+1 spot.
That's
So you're down there. Yeah.
Oh.
×3+1, yeah. Oh, you need a time stop. I think you're too late.
Oh, okay, it's fine.
Yeah.
Was I late? I was on the thing.
I think you just went late. It might have like snapshot something maybe.
Oh, I swear I was on the thing at the end, but yeah, it.
I'm not sure because the other guy was just standing there the whole time. So.
Yeah. 42 is I hit the thing she's not.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah, and remember you want a Nana in the middle first because she's gonna be doing the look in and out thing as well. So it's easier for you if you Nana it. Counter.
Nana is the first one. Control Z.
The last one, so C. It's almost time. It's almost time. Yeah,
They
she'll
do it
probably start
before,
it
or?
here. Yeah, you can do it like when she teleports to the middle. Not. Ooh, she's doing another pattern.
Oh
Okay.
no.
I
was not ready for this. I was. Oh.
I'm also awkward. We're all in jail. Oh,
Please give me out.
okay.
Please give me out.
You
Please give me
wanna-
out.
Yeah,
Please.
you want a Nana.
May you feel my heart.
Yeah, okay, and
What's,
then you get your...
what's she showing?
Oh, I didn't look. It's your job. She shows blue. Okay, so you need to do break the yellow one.
Sorry, I did not know which one she showed.
Okay. So
Oh.
diamonds stay... Oh, diamonds stay out and squares go in. So you stay in, you stay in. You're good. You stay in.
I think I killed that guy.
What was that?
I think his life was... His blood is on my hands.
Oh, counter. Oh, we missed it. What happened to Paladin?
Oh, he killed the blue, so he killed himself. Okay, it wasn't me. Don't worry.
Oh.
Wait, why am I trying?
Cause the person didn't make it. The gold key person didn't make it to the gold.
There's a gold key?
Yeah. Well, I call it a key. It's like a gold circle under your feet. If you're gold, you have to go to the gold spot.
Oh,
Were you gold?
maybe. I didn't know there was an actual mechanic with that.
Counter?
I missed my oh god. I probably had it. I didn't know there was another mechanic. I thought it was just serious.
Oh. If you've got gold under your feet, you're supposed to go to the gold exit. Or else
Is there? Do
everyone
you know
gets
where the
mind
gold
control.
exit is?
Yeah, you can see it on your mini map.
Oh, fuck, man. I hate when people put mechanics on my mini map. Why the fuck this game wanted me to look at
Counter.
top right?
Oh, dang it.
I had the gold circle. Uh-oh. That's a yikes.
Moving around a lot, isn't she?
I am fucking. Oh. Okay, I'm gonna beat the shit after her. It's fine.
Gonna be a counter again. Doing the shape thing again? Oh, yep.
Yes.
So star needs to go in.
Wait, did I fuck that up?
No, we're good. I think Raiden and the Bard needed to figure out where to go together because they were both losing a partner.
Oh, right.
Yeah, they both missed the partner, so they needed to just go together. But I mean, it's just an easy time stop mechanic anyway.
Fair. Oh, so if you don't have two people in the circle, you just have to time stop?
Yeah, basically. Okay, so at the 0 bar, just go to your ×3 spot. And then just stand on that color. So you'll see blue circles, just step on them. You just need to have at least one person in it.
Don't hesitate.
Oh, I remember this.
Mm-hmm.
The red one?
Me.
Now,
And then now we're good.
rest well.
Woo.
You did it! Woo!
Oh.
Okay, everyone's 1490,
I-
right?
Yeah.
You don't have to...
I actually
Oh, sorry,
don't know.
is everyone 1500? I was... Yeah, just to make sure that no one has to hone or anything. I think everyone's good, right? We hit proceed and it worked. Okay.
I just okay. It's time. I just pray that we just get red.
Pray that we get red. Okay.
Dude, I'm serious. It's literally my only strat for this. Because when you explain the other one, I'm like, fuck, man.
It's not that bad.
Okay, yeah, but it requires a catcher, a pitcher, a thrower, a fucking stagger, a fucking I don't know, person to get McDonald's. I don't know.
Person to get McDonald's. Dude, I'll be the person to get McDonald's. Okay, so we're gonna
Hey,
stack.
Scarra,
Okay,
isn't
so
the
what
one
you're
top
gonna
there? I
do
was.
is,
That was
you
cruel.
see at party 1 where there's a little cogwheel thing.
I think I staggered way better. Yeah.
Okay, so click that cogwheel. And then for party 1, type in GGWW.
Yep.
And then party 2 type in BBPP.
Okay.
All right, so red is the easiest. You already know that. Blue is the friendship mechanic. So for blue, we'll be partnered. We're going to go to green and we're going to stagger it together. And then one's going to have a typing test. The other one's going to be in jail. So the person types in the typing test and then gets their friend out of jail.
Right.
And then yellow, you remember, is the breaking, catching, McDonald's, and stagger.
I don't know which one I'm supposed
We
to
are
be.
going to be the stagger. Because if you see in party chat, Gunslinger called breaking and Bard called catching. So that leaves us
Oh, that
two
leaves
as the
literally
stagger.
stagger. It's fine. I was
I
built
mean,
to stagger.
we are the top stagger classes on our team.
Yes, I was built to stagger. I got it.
Yes, we're built to stagger. Okay, so does party 2 have their stuff figured out? Party 2 okay, Han?
I'm gonna go ask. If you break yellow, one breaks the ball, one catches the other, breaks
You
the
know what
orb.
to do. You've done it. You've staggered properly.
Yeah, that's called pressing my A button and aiming at the boss.
See, that's the nice thing about being destroyer is you'll never have to break or catch. Now, if you play your soul fist, maybe you may have to do a different thing, but as a destroyer, you'll never do anything other than stagger unless someone's crazy.
Yep. Hit boss, hit boss. Well, I just have to boss in the circle, right?
Oh yeah, wait, soul fist has good stagger too. But anyway, so does party 2 know what they're doing?
Bro,
Eldrin, Ryan,
I don't know.
Paladin, Mr. Spank Bank Tank. You guys know what you guys are doing? You guys good? Okay. So there's actually this tech that Shroud really likes. We call it the flame grenade tech. Because he's playing a high stagger class. But he likes to, after the friendship mechanic, all of the whole party groups together, and then he throws a flame grenade before the typing test. So everyone's out of jail already. He likes that.
What?
This is gonna be yellow.
Fuck. Fuck.
Remember, for yellow, you and I are green side. And we will be stagger.
Wait, I'm already on the green side, though, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Out. In.
Okay, mechanic time. We'll just wait. We have a lot of people on the wrong side. Oh.
Fuck.
Yeah, we had a lot of people on the wrong side.
I fucked it up. Well, not really, but like I didn't get my stagger move off. I even the dark boss bounced you out.
Oh, did you get hit by one?
Yeah. It was kind
Yeah,
of.
I think. Oh, also, yeah, you need to move because you don't want to catch. And you're
Yeah.
in
I
the way-
accidentally cat. Alright. That's my
you're
bad.
in the way for our bard friend trying to catch. We can just wait. Like, we should just stand off to the side and wait.
No, we're just praying for red. I don't think you remember our strategy correctly.
Okay, this is blue.
Fuck.
So for blue, you
And
are
it's
going to
friendship? Yep.
green. Yes, friendship.
And one of them types and the other one breaks it out, right?
Yep. And it happens around 170, so it's kind of close. We're at 172 right now.
I just crit it and instantly went to 170.
Yep. So let's come to our friends over here. Oh, they messed up. Oh.
Oh, I'm gonna just So what happened there?
They didn't stagger or weren't in the circle together. I'm not sure which one. They might have failed their
weird.
stagger.
Oh. For this game, let me double check.
I'll switch. I'll switch. I'm gonna go to white. Animo, go to green.
Oh my god, the update made the game client incorrect. That should help. Apparently, every single update of Lost Ark patch, I need to redo the audio file. That is crazy because it changes the actual file name to each individual patch. Why does Lost Ark do that? What? That is fucking crazy.
Wait, he should take final point because we have to do big stagger check in this.
Yep. Plus, like, I mean, my ass beat real quick.
Normal.
What color is this, boss? Is it
We're
blue?
going to green. This is yellow. It's yellow.
I swear, the fucking colors are wrong.
He's got lines on him, like little yellow lines, and if you see the pain wall, that means this is yellow mechanic as well.
I got a stack, man. I got 2 stacks.
Alright, it's time.
We're on green.
Yep, so we just wait. Oh, watch out, you might catch. Yes, go.
I caught an accident. Fuck. I'm catching.
Yeah, it's still over.
Oh no.
Although I think is party 2 having issues too?
So if I catch an accident, I just still pick up the balls, right?
I think you're supposed to, yeah. But
Fuck.
just like literally just stand off to the side and just wait. Like you don't have to hit the boss, just wait.
Okay.
Cause Animo should be our gunslinger. He should be at green, like ready to kill it ASAP.
How am I getting the ball? Okay, my bad. I was too close.
Yeah, just stand off to the side and wait for our bard to pick up the catch, and then we go in. Like let him catch first.
Just give me red, man. Just give me fucking red, bro. Hold up. Wait. It's blue. Thought someone
The
get
blue
punted.
is friendship, remember?
Yep. I go to
Happens
green with
at-
you, right? What?
I'm not gonna be there. It's gonna be the gunslinger, but yeah,
Yeah.
you're going to green.
Yeah, I'm going. Okay, now we walk to this area.
Yep,
I
we'll
think.
just group up together. Yep. One's gonna have a typing test.
Hope it's not me. No problem. Wait, did someone die? No, right. Do we restart?
Hopefully. Might as well.
Get.
Pretty early still. What was that? Did you get lasered right in? You gotta move. Anytime there's any sort of like jailing mechanic,
The server what?
the
Oh,
boss will
Dumpster
always
West.
shoot a laser, and he can rotate if, like, he just rotates.
Favorite
sometimes. You
raid
just
coming
gotta
back?
watch him.
Still vaulted. Clown's a good second, but I just don't like the jumping. The jumping mechanic in Clown is so stupid. Like they could have refined the Mario so much better. Is IMO. This is the first week where bro actually gives stuff, right? The challenge.
No, the first few times.
No.
Right?
The challenge thing was added to that.
Oh, you just gotta fight 4 of her gates. I mean, sorry. Wait, is it 4? Maybe 8?
It's
Yeah,
it's a
8
lot.
total. Sorry, 8
Also, it's
total.
red, so we just want.
Yeah, we just red.
I fucking love red. What a great color.
Remember to eat your own brand.
Oh, fuck off.
Okay, we're good.
Wait, I didn't even eat my brand.
It's okay. We phased it, so we didn't have to. That's gonna be a stagger check.
I'm staying out for like pretty much the entire time. Man.
Yeah, unless it's like right next to you and no one else is
Yeah,
moving to
yeah.
get it.
Did we miss?
Like-
Oh, we did not.
Yeah, you just gotta wait. You see the bar.
Oh, I was lucky they hit. Oh, I missed. Oh no.
It's okay.
Get in there. We good?
Oh, careful from being close to the front. You might get lasered. Yeah.
I died last time to this.
Yeah. Gotta be careful.
This boss just randomly just lasers you, man. All right, red mechanic. What's the next color?
We don't know yet.
Ow, these things.
Okay, now he's changing colors. And
We
it's gonna
we skipped
be
this one,
yellow. So just dodging. Yep.
We skip this one and then we go blue next.
Yep. We're gonna have blue next.
That's great. Blue is definitely. Ah, fuck me. How do you draw this? Oh, we're good. Other side.
Oh,
Don't hit, don't hit.
Yep.
And don't. All right, where's the stupid mechanic?
Is this gonna be blue? Go to the edge, like on the flat side of the square.
That's the first time I've ever dodged.
Let's go.
In the entirety of me playing this raid.
Okay, so this is friendship mechanics. Pay attention to where you are.
I mean, I'm going blue, right?
You're
Or,
going
green.
to green, yes. Oh, there it is.
And then we combine.
Help.
You're good, you're good.
Boss is turning, watch out.
And we skip the next color, right?
Yep. So next is gonna be a stagger check. We're gonna wait.
I'm fine.
Oh wait, how many stacks are you at? Sorry.
I'm at 1.
Oh, okay. The boss has 3 stacks, so it's always safer to Anana. But if you want to be a Giga Chad, you can wait.
When?
However, wait before weighing, because if he does a retaliate pattern, then it's
Wait,
kind of...
when can I wait?
Huh?
When can I wait?
Not yet. We haven't started the mechanic yet.
Yeah, we're doing the one where he's in stagger, right?
Yeah.
What's the stack?
Yes, we... Wow, that is impressive.
How we didn't stack at all?
Well, yeah, let's push him.
I'm fucked. Oh.
Oh,
I
all of us.
cannot get there in time. Oh.
There's so many of us here. Oh no. Uh-oh. Wow. That's Makoko proc.
Okay, how do I? Which is Nana, the third one?
Okay, this is weird. Okay, so Anana's the third one, correct. So if you want to wait, you would wait first to see if it's a retaliate. So if you wait, you would wait here. Anana, you can Anana now.
I'm not in
May
this.
Elzawin protect you.
Man, I got double encroachment because I got pushed back right there.
It's okay. Anana will protect.
I'm just staggering.
Yep.
Can we just tank all the damage here?
Well, you
She's
shouldn't dodge
got a
anything.
cap, right?
Yeah, she's got a cap. So you should dodge anything that's possible to dodge.
God, this stack. Oh, I'm bad. Whenever Earth Eater is up, I just hit the stagger meter for like the entire thing. I think I got it here. Throwing Dark Grenade. And the next one is the one we want, right? Is it red?
So no, this one is it's yellow, and we're not doing this mechanic.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Can we
we're
dodge
not doing this.
these?
We're gonna be doing the next cube, and that's the last one that we're doing.
That's a red, I feel like. Where the fuck we? Oh my god.
Can I make it?
I got it there barely. Oh, okay. Dodge through the thing. Still up, high up time. Oh my god. Oh my god. What the? Oh. I had the worst series of things happen to me there possible.
Some bad things are happening to me too, but you know what? It's fine.
Reddit. Is it red?
Well, I guess we'll find out. It's
Looks.
actually red.
It looks red.
Yep, that's red. You prayed. You prayed hard enough.
Yeah,
It's
like
red.
literally. Like we one shot the red mechanic. I'm just saying. Tank mode, yeah, I should use Z more, but I'm just not used to it. Also, I feel like sometimes you don't need to if you played it correctly, but
Okay, mechanic time. Someone get in there.
oh, we skipped.
Okay, someone's in there. Yeah, we just gotta do some stagger checks.
Okay. Oh, do we go in there? No, last two.
No,
stay
no
out,
one
right?
goes in. Yeah, the last ones are out. You only ever go in if you get the little buff thing.
Easy. I hate this. Okay, it's here, then right,
Yep. Then
left.
left.
Yeah.
Yep.
Wow, everyone. That
Watch
was-
out, he's gonna laser. He's gonna laser.
Oh my god.
Yeah, anytime there's a jail mechanic, he still lasers. Okay, so this should be blue, right? So we go on the edge, on the flat side of the square, all the way at the edge. Retaliate.
Oh fuck, I hate him.
Oh, yeah.
That was, dude, I hit him as the fucking thing came down, man. It didn't even give me a luxury of like, okay, well maybe you could dodge this. Back in here. Go out here. Basically the push, yeah. But I fucking. I mean, everything is so hard. dropping it like kind of. Oh. Okay. We have a good area.
We just gotta push him. He's almost pushed. Okay, so
I'm gonna
don't
hit him
wait
with
yet. Yeah, just wait. Before, like, see if he's gonna retaliate first. And then if he doesn't, you can wait. Okay, so feel free to wait here.
Come, let us combine our strength.
Yeah, because
Dojo.
sometimes he starts off with a retaliate.
Does
Yeah.
does that mess you up if you retaliate?
Yeah, it'll hit us, and also Wei will do like half the damage.
Oh.
So that's why you wanna wait.
On it. First, you run again. I fucked up. You can just kill it. Just kill it. I don't fucking care.
I don't think he'll die anyway. You have a Coco and stuff, right?
Yeah. Did he even kill me through Makoko?
Did you even Makoko? No, you
I
didn't.
don't even think so.
Crazy.
God, we really needed 2 reds to do. I told you, man.
That was easy. Okay, so you're gonna go home, right?
Are we doing 4 tonight?
Well, we don't have to do it tonight.
Yeah.
But
I'm just gonna go home now. Yeah.
I mean, the night is still young, you know?
Night is still young.
Wait, Scarra, why didn't?
Dude, I was up by like 1%. That's bullshit.
Why?
That's,
where
that's
are
bullshit.
you?
That's
why,
bullshit.
Why aren't you on
that's
the list?
actually
Where
bullshit.
are you, Scarra?
That's actually bullshit. I'm literally
Where are
off
you?
by must have been like
Hey, yeah,
integer overflow. You ever hear about those?
That's support. Wait, this is Eldrin's book. Do you want to bid this up?
Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah. Keep bidding it up. Wait, is he not gonna? Okay.
You know, 60 is a pretty good number.
What? No, I bid that up. You're gonna be here the whole fucking day bidding on his book. Is he gonna give up? He's so mad. He's songing out. He's so mad. he just fucking left.
I'm skipping all these. I don't even need the intentions, right?
How many intentions do you have? I'm at 66. What are you at?
66 as well. I can't make nothing.
Then no.
Not unless we do the next gate.
Yeah. Well, but you want to hone before that anyway.
Yeah. So maybe if I get this one and the one for the next, I don't think it works that way.
Maybe. I mean, unless anyone needs it, you might as well just take it.
75. No. But I'm honing my
Does
gear
anyone
first.
need it?
Yeah,
Because I don't know if anyone will push the piece.
Yeah, I don't need it. So if anyone wants it, bid. Okay, yeah, I'm down. I don't care.
Okay,
if Ryan wants it,
that's
I
fine.
do not need it.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm just. Oh wait.
Yeah, I'm leaving. You guys can bid over that. Goodbye.
Yeah, so
I need to
you
just
can
plus 15.
hone. Yeah, so you're gonna transfer an armor piece and you're gonna hone, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I only need +3, so it should be no problem.
It'll be easy. It'll
Good
be easy.
shit, guys. Yes, we could do 4 later if necessary. Let me go figure out how to do this real quick. Okay, I need to buy. Is it entropy?
Yeah. Well, it's easy because you can switch your piece. It's not like a big deal.
Okay. It's entropy, curse gear, and I'm missing. Is it just the pants I'm missing? It is just the pants. Okay, and then gear transfer the pants. perfect. Put them on. Dismantle the other shit. Precise dagger grudge might be okay. I have so many bracelets just now. Oh my god.
What am I? Am I Punisher? I'm Predator. Okay. Punisher is the spec one. Okay.
Back.
Yep. I always forget because they both start with P, so it's like Emp and Emp.
Oh,
to
it
me.
starts at 12?
What starts at 12?
I need to grab my auras from my thing then. Hold up.
Wait, what starts at 12?
My gear piece.
Oh, yeah. Do you have any of those boxes left?
Oh yeah, I still have a couple.
Okay.
I'm missing event tailoring expert mending. I have these somewhere. Hold up. Expert mending?
You can buy some from the event shop.
Yeah, I know. I have this somewhere. Expert mending.
Just to be careful because I don't want to use them on this character if I could use them on my other character.
Oh, bro, Shaza reward. Nice. I need. Did I say experimenting? I did. Experimenting. This? Oh, I haven't. I need 10 coins.
Point?
Oh, I should wait tomorrow for it.
Oh, did you do all your like chaoses and stuff?
Yeah, everything is done.
Oh.
Everything except for like my legions on this character for gold.
What do you need to like buy books or something?
How expensive is a normal book?
Do you have
Glittering.
did you do your event guardian today?
Oh yeah. Did that at 7 a.m. They
Oh.
are $7.50 each. Oh my god. I can't.
Oh.
Oh, I have Chaos Aura in my inventory, but I was gonna wait till I get the 1540 to use these.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Like I'd rather just not. What are the chances here? Oh, it's plus 10%. That's kind of good.
Wait.
My other character, can she do anything? Oh, does Legion Exchange have books? Oh, that might be my chat might be genius. Okay, wait, is it applied mending? No, it's applied is the really good one. What's the other one?
Oh, shoot. I could have upgraded my gear going in too. I could have had a level 4 set. Oops.
Is it this one?
I walked in with the level 2
Advanced
set.
mending?
Oopsies.
Not expert. Expert mending. It's this one. Bro, I need a con tickets, stickers, condoms.
Oh, what?
That's
What
what they
was the
call.
last one?
Huh? That's what they call it,
did you say?
right?
What?
I need the con stickers for these.
Oh, stickers. What was the other thing you said?
Yeah.
Huh?
Wait, are they the one that I need? I don't know what it's called. It's called
Is it the green one?
expert tailoring or expert mending. Expert mending. Yeah, we could do the it's practice-a-con.
Expert mending.
Yeah, he's on the practice-a-con.
Oh, do you want to do a con?
Oh,
I see. I've never done that before.
yeah.
either.
If you want to wait for people, that's probably like we could just do that.
I don't know if so. The boys are doing classic WoW, and ICC just came out. So they are
Oh,
big busy.
ICC just came. Oh my
Yeah, I
god.
think it literally started Wednesday, I think. So
They're not playing this game. If ICC
well,
came out,
they're trying to push doing Brawl and stuff on Saturday. But
maybe
yeah, ICC just came out.
I have expert welding.
Oh, I don't have any Oreha fusions on this character. That is so awkward.
All of mine are bounty characters. I'm watching the worlds. I have not.
Yeah. Let me see if I can
Usually I watch worlds every year, but I watch 0.
do a little cheeky upgrade with my leap stones here. My advanced leap stones. 10%.
Wow. I have
10%, 10%, 10%. 10% is huge, right?
yes.
Okay, I have one more 10%. This is humongous.
Okay, hold on. Let me. Wait. I actually. Oh, I get free hones. Wait.
That's what I'm doing right now. If you hit and I don't hit, I'm gonna be upset. Okay, so.
Okay, yeah, but I should free hone my 16, right?
Oh, I'm just doing baby ones.
Oh,
I failed. Okay, well, this game's too hard. Yeah, I usually do it on the level 12.
yeah, but think how much more hype it is if you hit it on the
I
16.
mean, if you want to hit, then you just gotta hit.
True.
I don't know what else to say, man. Just hit.
Boom.
You win?
No, but it's right here.
Oh.
Boom.
Did you hit? Wait, you actually hit? Dude, there's no fucking way. There's
Oh
no
my
fucking way. I
god.
can't. I don't want to be here anymore.
Oh, it went.
There's no way.
Oh my god, it went.
I can't. I hate
Wait,
you.
I don't even need to get to 15 anymore. I'm 1 away. My chat say no justice, man. What do you mean? Why can't they be happy for me? I don't get
Because
it.
you're not relatable.
What I am.
That is so unrelatable of you.
What? That is so
cringe,
relatable.
No, that's
Going through a version to finally come out the other end with a plus tap.
that's not that's unrelatable.
Huh?
You're very unrelatable right now.
I should wait for these books because they're like $7.50 a hit, man. And I can get 7 tomorrow. Oh, let me go count how many I can get tomorrow.
Yeah, I have to hone on my Arrowmancer to see what I have left over for the Slayer.
I've made the mistake of buying the special raid tokens too early in the week.
Oh,
That's why I was
see.
like, why? Where are my things? And I realized they're all fucking here. I have 10 expert mendings. I mean, technically, I could just save them for my alts.
Yeah, that's why.
But like,
trying
am
to
I really
get
pushing
some-
my Solstice to 1540?
Maybe, I don't know. The fact that you're asking that question and considering it means you're gonna play more than just 1 week, right?
No, I'm playing 1 week. You know what? Fuck it, I'm hitting once. I'm feeling lucky today.
Yeah, you don't say.
I hit it again. One more time.
Wait, so
Only need to hit it 3 times. Thank God. Wait, am I done? Fuck, I need to hit it 1 more time.
Mhm.
One more. 2 more.
So those book work until 15, right?
3 more. Yeah.
I gotta get my Arrowmancer to 15 then.
4 more. I got it.
Or 14.
Alright, I'm good. Wait, it just auto gives me my quest?
Oh, yeah. It gave you a bunch of shit from the Mokoko challenge.
Oh, and then now I open this?
Yep.
Oh my fucking god, my inventory just went tap.
Claim the juice.
Oh, I didn't claim the 1541. Okay, hold. I am overwhelmed by the amount of things I have on my screen right now. Okay, let me do. Can I do trade up first? Okay. And then. Oh, there are things for alts that I can't fucking use. Harmony shard pouches. These? Oh, this is how they bait you to do another alt. Wait, who the fuck is using these? Oh, level 7 and 8 gems? It's just one? Oh, it's wow, it's so many. Like 50 accessories? Okay, wait. That's a selector. Hold on. That's a selector. That's something I cannot use now. Okay, obliteration stones, war hug. Okay, all the stuff that's bound to character, I should just get rid of now. That's and then these are all bound to character. And these are all bound to character, right? Okay, perfect. That's 20 fucking okay. All of these. The Prokian coins I just stash away. Wait, can I just move all duplicates? Perfect. Okay, then I still have. What the fuck? Okay, the Theons.
Alright, so what do? Are you sorting through your inventory?
Yeah, I literally have infinite amounts of bullshit right now. Like, so much bullshit.
Infinite amounts of bullshit. Got it.
Like,
Perfect.
Like, actually, just my inventory went full, and now I have to figure out how to fucking. I mean, I'm selling all my.
Okay, well, I guess I'll keep honing then, because I need a hone.
They gave me more mats than humanly caught. Like, I couldn't hold what they gave me.
You couldn't hold all those large materials in your hands?
There were an infinite amount of materials. Okay. Let me open these, and they auto combine. Perfect.
Oh. Okay, well, I'm 1520 now, so I can do 4.
Perfect.
Uh-huh. Oh, so you're 1540 now, huh? So you lost your Mokoko buff.
Yeah, but I have my fresh start buff. Wait, I did lose my Mokoko
Proxians or whatever?
Wait, do I become weaker now because I do less damage too?
You should still be strong. It's just you're gonna take a little bit more damage. You don't have the free Guardian Angel.
Yeah.
So it should be fine.
Fuck.
You're gonna take a lot more damage though.
Yes, 30% more, right?
You still have like Proxian or something, but yeah, you're just gonna take a lot of damage. I don't know what the percentage is. All right, I can.
You know what the chance of opening a legendary card pack is? Oh, I got one.
I have no idea. Well, I mean, getting one will probably make people stare at you anyway. Be like, what the?
Oh, high ring. That's nice.
Oh, Thyring's good.
You get 20 cents 30, so I take 14.2% more damage. Oh, you know, got the math guy coming in hot. Okay, hold on. I need to do 4 chaos dungeons.
Oh, are you gonna just pop your chaoses right
Do I
now?
need? Should I even use these bracelets? I just toss this shit
Are
because like
any
I'm
of
getting
them?
ancient bracelets, right?
Well, you can upgrade your non-ancients to ancients eventually.
Oh. Oh, okay. Well then, shit. There's actually a. I will look because one is swiftness strength.
What are you? Your spec something?
I
Spec
want
crit?
spec crit.
Okay, so do you have any bracelets with spec or crit on them?
It's not worth upgrading. They're both bad. No.
What's your current one? Oh, yours is pretty good.
Yeah,
Okay, so
mine
you
is
can just
like
just
mine is
break
like
the other two.
I hit the 93 crit.
Yeah, so you can just break the other two for now. You'll get more bracelets.
Yeah, yeah. I'm about to just go in.
Okay, so what's the problem? Your inventory is crazy?
Yeah. I just got rid of all my cards. And now I have level 7 gems. Okay, these are.
Oh yeah, so you want to use those level 7 gems for sure.
Okay, hold on. Uh. Okay, let me toss this. Are they just random?
No, they'll give you 8 of each.
I just open them up, right?
Yep, and they're free to re-roll. So just open up the damaged ones first or whatever. Like don't open them. Okay, you just opened it all. I was gonna say you can just look at like what cooldown ones you're wearing and then like upgrade them to your 7s and then put that shit in your stash so you don't have to be overwhelmed by looking at your inventory with a million things.
So, oh, how come these only have one thing?
Oh, okay. Well, you can if you have your crystalline aura, right? So press
Yeah.
Alt P, and on the pet function, the bottom right one has a little gem icon, refaceting. So you refacet to whatever you need, which I don't know what it is that you need. So you just reforge it for free, and you can select what you want to reforge into.
Oh. Okay.
Yeah, so you should look at what gems you have right now, and then just switch
I'm
to.
pretty sure it's the funny thing for this character is it's literally all of it's every purple thing.
Oh, okay.
So luckily it's like I know most of them.
Yeah, if it's easy, then that's good.
Because it's 4 of these and then you want the cooldown for one and then maybe I want the cooldown for Dreadnought. So it is this and then it is wait, I re-rolled the same one. Wait, hold on. Did I fuck it up?
Wait, brutal volcanic and gears.
Wait, what? Earthwave? No, that's not Earthwave. Hammer. That's right. So this is all damage. I just want Power Strike cooldown. I took Heavy Crush for fun. That's fine. Power Crush. My game crashed. It,
Oh. You're gonna be back in like 20 minutes launching, right?
God, why is this anti-cheat mean? It takes literally a decade.
I was just realizing that my gems were wrong too.
Okay. Huh. All right, am I stuck with Bro Gear for a while?
Yeah.
So like I have to hit this to 19 for a con.
I
Is
don't
that
know.
right?
I actually don't know what it is because I haven't been
I
that far.
I think I was told it's 19.
19.
Yeah, and like the later hits are fucking brutal. Yeah, 19 everything.
Okay.
Photosensitive seizure warning. If you or anyone in your family have an epileptic condition, consult your physician prior to playing Lost Ark.
The load is it's so loud and the loading time is so long. I'm pretty sure I can get a Fortnite game into a Fortnite game before Lost Ark finishes. Okay. I can't click the refacet button without crashing my game.
What?
When I click my pet refacet button, it crashes my Lost Ark.
Oh, well, there's a refacet guy somewhere in town, probably. I never used him before, but I'm pretty sure there is one.
I
So
have to use the gem specially. Oh, that's
yeah,
a problem.
if it's being stupid, then yeah.
Another 50-minute wait for me, no problem. Who is Chris? I don't know, man. My hits have been pretty good.
Photosensitive seizure warning. If you or anyone in your family have an epileptic condition, consult your physician prior to playing Lost Ark.
I can't touch it. I can't touch it. Oh.
Do I look like a Sylvain with this mask on?
Gem. It has a charm. It is not the charm. I promise you, my gems will not be good. Oh, so I have endure pain. That's good. Oh, it was already on. So reforge this into heavy crush cooldown. Okay. What the fuck? Oh, it's heavy crush damage. Like it's power strike cooldown. Right? Right? Do these gems eventually disappear?
I don't think so.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I finished all of the first 8 gems. Next one is Earth Wave? No, it's Earth Fever. Okay, so I refasted it to reforge into Earth Eater. Reforge into Full Swing. Reforge into Plasmic Camera. Okay, so it's Earth Eater damage, full swing damage, Seismic Hammer damage. Oh, perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay, then this is. Wait, it's really nice to give you full level 7 gems.
What'd you say? Oh yeah, you actually get full 8s if you get to like 1580 or something.
You get full 8?
Yeah.
Oh. Wait, there's
Or you get 4 and 4. Sorry, you get 4 damage or 2? 2 and 2? Oh, 2 and 2. Okay.
Oh, that's really nice. Also, holy fuck, they gave you even more mats. Okay. Now, okay, hold on. I need it on. I have full swing. Need it on perfect swing. Wait, isn't. Wait, I already have every single level. These are the non-correct ones, right? Yep, I did this already. This is the right one, and okay. What do I do with? Do you know what I'm supposed to do with the 50 H8 accessories?
I usually open necklace because it's the hardest to get necklace.
So you're telling me I should open 50 necklaces?
I mean, you could open like 30 because you're gonna. So what you want is you want to have high quality of your stat, which you said is spec and crit. So necklaces are kind of weird. Yeah, I open necklaces and then earrings. But necklace is really hard, so good luck.
20 necklaces. Okay. Hitmaster 6. Okay, you know what? I should just kill the bad stats first, right?
Yeah, work on killing the bad stats.
Domination.
Like if they have any bad stats, you can just kill them first. Oh, have you set up your auto dismantle thing?
Yeah, but it doesn't work for chests, right?
So you see where it says auto dismantle? You see that blue arrow thing? Can you click that?
Oh.
Does that work?
Yeah.
Okay, so that should be killing all the bad stats already. Which is almost all of your... Okay, that's a lot.
Crit Swift. Spec. Crit Swift. Like, I'm looking for +6, +3, right? So
well,
like Awakening.
First you just want to look for crit spec for yourself to just wear.
Awakening Curse Doll. Huh. Wow. think I just get rid of all of them, right?
Are they all bad? Okay.
Yeah, they're all bad.
There's a pretty high chance that it's just gonna be all bad.
It's okay, because you know what they say, at first you don't succeed. Open 30.
Are you doing all necklaces again?
50 necklaces. These are all the bad stats, right? Crit domination. Expertise, yes. So we're left, after all that, we're left with there's only 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. There's only 9. Crit endurance, nope. Crit spec, but 13, nope. Hitmaster curse doll 6-3, but it's spec expertise. Wow. Okay. Expert Awakening crit swift 5-3. But like, is the quality really good? Really important?
You ideally want high quality, especially yeah. You would want high quality.
God. I had 50 bad necklaces.
That's kind of how it goes. That's why I was like, you maybe do like 30 and then open earrings instead. It doesn't matter too much. I think I was told that switching from full
Yeah, I was meant
relics
to prioritize
ancients, like just stat
engravings,
wise,
so
is
my
only
parents
like a
spent a few good
3%
stat
increase.
pieces with crap
So it's
engravings.
okay to still use your relic stuff.
I thought it did not. Okay, well now I just do 4 chaos nudges.
Okay.
And for sure I'm gonna hit something good with these.
Sure.
Pretty sure I set it up to where it did it. If anything, it didn't. It left some really bad ones because I didn't have the stat priority override double engraving, which I probably should. Right? See, check the destroy community. I already have all the purpose ones. The next thing is Earth Eater, and that's the one that I was.
Did you by any chance already do your Kalilagos?
At 7 a.m.
Oh my god. That's
So you don't wake up in the middle of the night to start your stronghold?
no.
That's fucked up, honestly.
Yeah.
Maybe you
yes.
should consider doing that, because then you're really unoptimizing.
No, I'm good.
Tell you level F4, not 5. Nope. You start with 5 level 5. I'm telling you, all 5 of them went to perfect swing. 3 went to perfect swing, 1 went to endure pain. So that shit's confusing. Yeah, it does take some of the stream. Oh, I have to do the story now to get the K-Angel. Oh,
Yeah.
K-Angle. Well, I mean, like,
Would
I mean,
you potentially be down to do K-Angle blind?
fuck. This week, yeah, should be good. As long, yeah.
Okay, I'll see what we can do. I'm not sure if we can, but I'll see what we can do.
Oh, am I just skipping it this week then?
Sorry, what'd you say? I didn't hear you.
Do I just skip it this week then?
No, I want to see if we could do it this week. I was messaging Aos to see if he's down.
Are you 1540 on your arrow?
No, but I'm gonna be if I get the weapon. I just have to do Brel on her.
Oh.
I get the weapon this week. I have her 15 all. I'm just waiting on the weapon. And if not, then I could hone armor as well.
Oh, yeah. I'm like 16 all. Doubles.
Yeah.
I have some weird ass pieces, okay? Like
Well, you just
117.
honing like crazy.
Yeah, I mean you have to get to 19 eventually.
Yeah, sure, why not? Fuck it.
How do you buy the Elgasia pass? Like, where do you buy it? Someone said the character select screen. Why is it not available in the shop? Elgasia storyline's not that great. I heard it's the best one, actually. Wait, after I do it, do I still have to do story? I have to do Plessia. The fuck is Plessia? Oh, it's another area. I heard the sound. I thought it was fun. So you can't get 100k gold till 1580. That sucks.
I think so.
Where's my?
I did get a 10k gold bar today though.
Okay, your gold luck on Just Start server is kind of nuts.
Yeah. On West, if I wasn't just buying people's skins, I would have over 120k, and then on East right now I have 60k.
Dude, that's crazy.
I mean, sorry, did I say West? I said that backwards. On East, I would have 120. I spent like 70k more than that buying people's skins.
Oh, I'm sure they love you for that.
Yeah, I gave Eldrin a bikini skin and said take off your clothes, and then I bought 2 maid skins for my support players.
Oh.
Yeah, so my support players are my maids. And then I'm keeping my eyes out for more maid and more skins, you know?
Ooh.
I'm just dressing up my whole guild.
I'm just waiting for that fate ending sound. I'm literally on autopilot, but as soon as I hear a sound, like, oh!
My weapon just broke. That's awkward.
Oh?
I was like, wow, I'm doing 0 damage.
Or I could do monkey now too.
Oh yeah, you can.
Which I hear is infinitely more fun than the
It is pretty fun.
It's the reason why I wanted to make a Soulfish. Because the Soulfish solo thing was because I saw someone do that. Oh. Oh. Okay, hold up. Huh.
What? Did you get a Fate
I got
Elder?
an ancestor bracelet with crit on it.
Oh. Wait, so what's your big stat? Is it crit over
It's
spec?
crit spec and then spec and then it's
Like what are your earrings and ring?
everything is crit. And I think
okay.
you spec both the other ones.
Oh. I mean, it could be good. Just fucking roll it.
Yeah,
I ended up with a pretty decent one on my Arrowmancer. I think I got like high swift crit, and then I got a thing that gives me crit rate and another thing that gives me crit damage. Sail and Precise or something.
Yeah, I don't know the other stats at the beginning. I have to reread the community guide.
I think they should be pretty standard.
Ooh, a 98 quality earring. Surely that would be a good one. if I upgrade my relic, like I don't know how much another line is better than the actual stand. If that makes sense. I have a 2-liner, but like the lines are really good. It's exactly what I want, you know? You don't have a better one? Yeah, but I don't know if it's like how what's better. Like, is another stat line better than 20 of the main stat? Upgrade also increases the combat rate. Really? Wait, that seems OP. Combat stats. I mean, you have those weird stats, right? Like the conditional damage stats. I don't know how what they call them. Circulate. So yeah, I don't know. So you're telling me a 3-liner or a 2-liner can be better than a 4-liner, is what you're saying? Or I guess in this situation it'd be 2 against 3. 3 against 4. Potentially better? Ah, okay. 120 spec crit, that's pretty crazy. I mean, 110 crit and like 90 spec. Wait, do I want spec crit on my bracelet? I think I do. Like eventually I'll supposed to transfer everything to spec crit. I'm mindlessly just doing these. Those Jumpstart servers? Yeah, I don't know. I feel like Jumpstart West is like a weird server because the population size is just so small that like I'm not sure to be able to get people to buy my stuff. Spec Swift. Well, it's more like I only ask because I have a spec crit one, a very good one, but it's a 2-liner. Okay, see what you get. I mean, I'll probably just it will eventually merge. I don't know when it merges. Hey, Reddy, are you there?
Huh?
You know when the servers merge?
In like 2 or 3 months.
Oh, it's like a while.
Yeah, originally it was supposed to be 6 months, but I think they cut it in half to 3.
6 months?
Yeah.
Wow, that's
what they said originally, and then people were like, "Whoa, that's too long." And then they said, "Oh, we'll think about it."
Yeah, I was gonna say, West to be stuck like this for 6 months is like a Like a jail right there.
Yeah, people were like, can West just merge early?
Did you
I
use
think they're
betrayal set?
doing, as of right now, they said 3.
No idea. 3, got it. Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, I guess they can still change it, potentially, but as of right now, it's 3.
Oh. You change your set in the character window? Huh? Like this set? Oh god, okay.
Did you get anything from your chaoses?
I got one potential.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's all shit. We'll see. Hurricane Awakening. Ray Captain Expert. Hell shit. Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think I've been able to switch relic sets. Is this even usable? I don't know. Okay, it's not heavy. Okay. Fuck. Okay, now I get to RNG these stupid bracelets.
Oh, are you doing bracelets? Okay, how's it going?
Okay, I want to upgrade one. I need crushed.
Yeah, to upgrade it, you need to find more ancient ones and then disenchant those.
Oh my god! So it gives me 113 crit and 90 spec.
Oh, that's
And
kind of nice.
line. Okay, you know what? But maybe this one might be better.
Could be.
Highly unlikely, by the way.
Highly unlikely,
What the
but
fuck
could
is
be.
strike? That seems bad. Investment, that seems bad. Charge, that also seems bad.
Yeah, none of those seem good, so I would probably roll that. No, yeah, don't lock any of that garbage.
Endurance, vitality.
Sounds like garbage.
Oh. Strength, vitality, superiority.
Sounds like
Superiority?
garbage. Superiority is okay.
Okay, I'll lock that.
Yeah, I would probably keep the superiority, and then I guess you can hope that you roll spec or something. Or something
What did I
else.
roll? Roly poly? And
Oh.
vitality.
Well,
This game is awful. This game is so bad. I'm just dismantling this. I need 20 bracelets to upgrade an old one. Holy shit. That's I see. Oh, but I'm like at the point where I should start tapping my gear, right?
I mean, if that's what you want, fuck it.
I mean, I might as well just make this look 17 then, just for fun.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, you seem like you have good luck, so.
Ace spec better than 2.5% damage. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure the crit is better. Wow, this This honing seems when you get to like the single digit attempts, you're just like, wow, okay.
It gets really bad later. I think the last hone starts at 0.5% or some nonsense.
Oh, I forgot to fucking throw the book for this one. Say 0.5. I'm sorry, what?
Yeah, I think so. 0.5 if you're trying to get to plus 25 or something like that.
0.5.
Yeah, like 0.5, like 0.5%.
Oh. Oh, I'm going through 15 books. I'm going through 15 books right now.
I mean, that's your main character, right? So
Yeah.
that's fine.
Oh, I'm 0 for 15.
Well, it's evening out because you hit that tap on your glove to 17 or something with the free tap.
I don't like the idea of average.
It's
I don't
evening
believe
it out.
Yeah, as soon as you believe bullshit like that, like numbers are fake.
That's true.
Stats lie.
That's true. Every day I went to Makoko expecting to get a Makoko, even though I got so many. Do you use you don't use conviction and judgment, right?
Not on this character, but on Solfis, yeah. I full pitied this piece. With 15 books.
With 15. So, does anyone in your chat happen to have a legendary judgment in their stronghold that I can get? Any Westies?
Alright, but what about this one? This piece surely is like the...
Man, you're looking awfully relatable now.
Let me go pull out some books real quick.
I'm surprised you still have materials to keep honing.
They give you so many. Like a ridiculous amount.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this is welding. Oh,
Maybe because your hones are going bad now, they'll go really good for 1560.
Yeah, I'm just gonna hit this. One tap. 4%.
Nobody has Marte. They don't have to have Marte on
4%.
Jumpstart. If they have on West, I can go to your
4%.
stronghold.
Oh, never mind. Even out.
It even now. Hell yeah. See? Averages.
Mm-hmm. How come you guys are happy for me, huh? You guys were so happy before. What about now? Hello? Unrelatable streamer. Oh, and now I can do entrance tickets for the 3rd cube.
Yep.
Or I can save them for the 4th cube. My character gets to...
Isn't it 4th cube 1580?
Yeah, it's pretty far away.
I mean, if you're not running out of cube tickets, people usually just cube like once or twice a week.
Oh.
So if you're not running out, you could technically hold them. I don't know if cube is good for experience. I remember people used to hold like Bosch Rust boxes to get to like level 60.
Okay, wait. Okay, seismic hammer. For my raid is enhanced strike, absolute strike. Okay. And then after that, it's full swing. Does the most damage. I have it. Negative Earth Eater. which is just enhanced strike on the 1. And then it's endure pain. Not really. I didn't even care about this. Is it? Wow. I really do not need that many things for this class. Like I have everything. It's probably like I'm gonna switch this to power shoulder.
I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh. Dude, there's so much fucking garbage, man. What is these? You know? Why they give me so many of those? Hero mats is useless. Yeah, but what if you have a character that you just from level 1 and you just use your mats to go all the way from the first one to the very end one? Your power pass, yeah, but what if you don't?
All right, so how you feeling? How you feeling?
I'm feeling like I'm chilling.
You ready to learn Gate 4, or you want to save that for another day?
Oh, we're doing Gate 4 probably another day. I feel like tonight is pretty
Young.
no. I have to go to
Tonight?
sleep because earlier, mainly because like I promised I go to the gym tomorrow again. I've been missing it because I've been oversleeping. They wake up at 7, do dailies, and then sleep till 3.
Yeah, you woke up to do your stronghold, but you can't wake up to go to the gym?
I mean, one of those increased my action energy regen. I'll let you guess which one.
If you exercise and go to the gym, you might increase action energy regeneration in real
Look,
life.
I usually do, okay? It's just this last week has been difficult.
Because Lost Ark?
Yeah.
Okay, then no Gate 4 today. That's fine. I don't think Gate 4 will be that bad, especially if we just pull people from chat again who probably know what they're doing. Last time I pulled people from chat, we one-shot it because they actually knew what they were doing.
Oh.
And I probably said that I would make fun of them if we didn't one-shot it.
I am.
So
Okay.
it shouldn't take that long to teach.
Yeah, yeah.
If you're the only learner.
Okay. I'm actually done. Wait, but it removed my Makoko Shining Harvest, like from my jump start from my screen.
Your Makoko Shining Harvest?
Yeah, it like removed the thing from my screen. Why would it do that?
Huh?
Like my screen, it doesn't have it anymore. On your, I don't know what these are called, your event shop arc pass event quest, it like removes the fourth one once you finish it, which is kind of
Oh, Makoko challenge? Yeah, because you're not a Makoko anymore.
But even on my account that's not 15.
Yeah, it gave you all the rewards. That's why you got so much shit in your inventory.
Yeah, but then now the Makoko buff, and then says goodbye.
Yeah, you just have to like learn how to play the game now and not get hit by
That's not
everything.
gonna happen.
But
Wait,
now that you're 1540, we can do hard mode, bro. And that's a lot about not getting hit.
I'm great at that.
Because when you get hit, you take like 45k in damage and then you die.
Yeah, luckily with Destroyer, I got 3 bars.
Oh, you had 3 what?
3 health bars of that.
Is it like a shield?
Oh, it's more like it's my normal health.
Oh, okay, because you lose shields in Gate 3 hard mode. Like one hit, your shield is like pee pee poof.
Wait, really?
Yeah, in some parts of dodging, yeah.
Oh. Okay. I have played too much Lost Ark today. I must go. But thank you so much for the raid.
Yeah, see you later. Bye.
Goodbye. Guys, we're finally done, guys. Dailies only take like 1 hour, guys. It's perfect because now we can watch the OTV video. Sorry, I don't know why it's not. So give me a sec. I'm gonna go grab more water, but I'll be right back. Ah. Ah. Time. All right. Can we get this? Minor spelling mistake? What is this? Okay, usually I say yes to a lot of things, but like, can someone explain this? I feel like I don't really like this. From Final Fantasy 14? Oh, I don't know. I don't have the context. Sorry. So he destroyed because they made the minor mistake. Yeah, but like, what's the context in the? I don't know, man. I prefer the Hikari dance than this, and I was iffy on that one, man. Mion's chat uses a lot, really? Get this. Wait, I kind of want to enable Hold up, I kind of like that one. We'll look for that one. Wait, I don't see it. Really? Is it cat I think I thought it was just normal You know what? Fuck it. Never mind. Anyways, music's off. We're watching the new OTV video. It's if you're curious, I never know what the title is gonna be, like what the challenge is supposed to be. And our production staff just fucking workshops this bullshit in the back, and there's like, yeah, like I don't know what the fuck this we did not call it this during the competition. You know what a pleat of chef hat means? Yeah, you're about to find out. Don't worry. You know what? I'll enable it. Okay. But use it wisely. Let me, before I do this, I haven't eaten since like 4 and I'm starving. So let me at least order something so I can have something prepared like in a little bit, okay? And it's probably just gonna be like a sandwich or like a salad or something. Five Guys sucks ass. Okay, Five Guys. The best part about Five Guys is just the fries. Do not go for Five Guys for anything else. Maybe their shakes. I've never really tried it, so I can't really say anything about that. Their actual burgers are terrible. I'm just gonna go ahead and say it. Peanut Chick Shack, great, super good, too expensive. You're paying like $8-9 for a one patty. It's like $7 to $8 for a one patty thing. Feels bad. It is really good, but just really expensive. Jack burgers are even worse. Hell no. Hell no. I don't like the Five Guys burgers are so greasy. Like I cannot handle it. Sorry, you guys distracted me, man. Where the fuck did you distract me? Do you agree with Jacob Bake's judgment 5 guys? Is that what he said about it? That's what I think. But I also think as you get older, you like are less prone to enjoy like super greasy foods. So like maybe that's just my age showing. But like I can't do it with Five Guys. I'd rather eat anywhere else. But their fries are good. Similarly, I hate In-N-Out fries like with a passion. Just fucking terrible. Sure, they could have their fries fresh, but it's just really bad. IMO. You can get them animal style, sure, but like, not a fan. Uh, 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 when these fries used to be the worst, I don't think so. Like, okay, obviously McDonald's fries is pretty good, right? Like, just objectively, they have good fries. It's just like the you have a short time to eat them. Like the McDonald's fries are best enjoyed within like the 15-minute window, right? Their fries are objectively pretty fucking good. I think I do like. I think when they introduced their sea salt cut fries, I did like them more. Before then, I don't know if I liked it as much. All right. All right, let's watch.
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Oh wait, hold on. I did not eat. When did Toast do that? What did I get? Lily's getting Indian food and asked if I wanted some. So I actually had my I actually had, you know, it's fine. I don't need it. You can't sign in? What the fuck is going on? JD Masala, I don't like that. Okay, I am so weird sometimes. In the sense that like I don't like chicken tikka masala because I think it's too common. I'm an off meta eater, okay? But I prefer korma, vindaloo, that other thing I can't think of it. Biryani is usually a big fan of those, but sometimes those can get weird. Like I'm not. Sometimes they're good, and sometimes I'm like, eh. Dude, it is actually. What the fuck is going on? I cannot join Lily's like group for food if I wanted to. There we go. Holy shit. Okay, we're gonna add a. You know what? Someone talked up garlic naan. I fuck with that. We're gonna add one of those. And then I'm gonna go down for the. Actually, I've had a biryani in a long time. Maybe it's time. Little lamb biryani. I kind of fuck with that. Little medium spicy. I think I did it. I don't know if I did it. Did I do it? Eat Indian food? Yes. Don't forget the yogurt sauce. Oh. Fuck it.
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Medium size bowl for a nice hearty meal.
But the whiskers are very...
Looks like cooking.
You ruined my chicken! What you do to it?
Hey, we're not touching, guys.
Whoa, what the fuck is going on?
We're just making sure you're
Michael, are you okay?
doing good job. Welcome to the OfflineTV food shoot.
Okay. First of all, I want you to look at the dress shirt. Look at fucking awesome. I'm a little mushroom man today. This was a rented studio.
Man, what was it?
Good afternoon, chefs. Today, Team Albin, Lily, and Toast will be going head-to-head against Team Jamie, Scarra, and Michael in a Ratatouille cooking challenge. Each team will have a professional chef working with them to prepare their dishes.
My name is Alvin. I make videos about people that make food. I sometimes cook or bake at home just for fun.
My name is Jamie. I've been cooking for 8 years now. I'm a at-home amateur professional cook. I like to make food content at home. I bake at home, and I've been doing cooking streams for years now as well. And so today I'm really excited to cook with my friends.
But the catch is that the two professionals can only talk to their instructor team. They are not allowed to touch anything. Teams will have 2 hours to prepare a bento box that
Is that what the fuck?
will dazzle our judges. Each team will have to include a fried dish, a protein, and of course a starch. Before you start, remember what Chef Gusto said. Anyone can cook, but only the fearless can be great. Your time starts now.
So today we are making Taiwanese-style popcorn chicken.
Yeah.
With a side of Pikachu Kawaii.
Yeah.
We're gonna make some spicy chili wonton.
Okay, first of all, this is a really hard.
On a bed
I've never made any of these.
scallion.
When I make scallion pancakes, I buy it from the fucking store, put a little bit of oil onto my, like stovetop, and then fucking just throw that shit on there. I don't make this shit from scratch.
Homemade pancake from scratch.
Okay.
We were gonna have to fry some stuff, right?
Lots of frying.
That'll be fun.
Oh, I also don't think I've ever fried anything. I actually hate frying stuff because of how the oil gets, but that's just I just haven't done enough.
Ratatouille, grease burn off my arm.
Okay, so today we're doing a honey soy glazed Japanese style fried chicken, cheese rolled omelet, some Chinese style cucumbers, and rice in the shape of a cute animal.
Awesome.
Okay, first we're gonna start the scallion pancake dough.
Oh, I'm overwhelmed.
So let's find some flour
Flour.
and cold water.
Oh no! Let me get into cold water. Mamma mia!
Party dough. Maybe like a regular bowl.
Also, wait, before we start, look at this sink, okay? This is a fake sink. They like broke the sink of the set, and so I had to go to use their other sink. You cannot put water down the sink. There is just a bucket at the bottom that you have to personally take out and throw away. This is not a working sink.
Me!
Party dough. Maybe like a regular bowl.
Like there's water that comes out, but like you have there's a bucket at the bottom. There's no plumbing.
Okay, how much?
Just feel it out. Feel it out.
Feel what?
Like just put in a good amount. More.
What the?
What do you need for the chicken?
I think go grab the chicken thighs. There's chicken thighs somewhere. And someone should grab cucumbers. So grab a knife. Don't move, I got it.
Giving us a special, expensive Japanese iron knife.
Oh look, a distraction. Here.
Oh, good thing I brought my own knife.
Okay, so now.
After the shoot, he gave me one of those knives. And I've been using it to cook, and they're so fucking nice.
Actually, I forgot to tell you, you should keep one hand clean, because then otherwise it's all gonna stick on your hand. It's okay, just keep going.
Now they're both okay.
More passion, like you're like making love to
Scarra, you need to be more passionate.
I think the dough can feel your anxiety right now.
That's gonna come through in the chicken, Scarra.
Oh.
You don't want that to come through in the chicken.
So how do I want the chicken to feel? What about pregnant?
Happy? Jason, where's the knives?
Where's the knife?
Oh, Ratatouille live auction. You would notice you remove some tools from your kitchen. They sell them back to you at a price. Each team has 30 coins to spend. Let the mini start at 1.
5 coins. 5 coins.
Michael, save our coins. 9 coins.
9 coins for Team Lily.
Do we need knives that bad?
Going once.
Oh,
Twice.
9.5 coins. 9, 10 coins.
10 coins.
You get all.
We got knives.
Oh, we get all of them. Oh, all right.
Wait, they brought
Wait,
knives.
they already have a knife. Where did their knife come from, huh?
Exactly. What?
Dude, you still use this stinky, boring, lame browser?
I don't even know there's other options.
Yeah, let me tell you about one.
Say hello and thank you to today's sponsor, Opera GX. It's a special version of the Opera web browser.
Wait, they kind of killed that. I like that.
Opera GX has way too many cool features to go through all of them, so I'll be telling you about my favorite ones instead. GX mods are customizations that give you complete control over the look and feel of your browser. There's a whole range of options like Opera GX official mods, anime mods, and creator mods, including one from yours truly. Our mod has an adorable wallpaper, custom open and close tab sounds, browser color theming, and background music. If that's not enough, you can even create one yourself to fit your exact preferences. To enhance your PC performance when you game with the browser open, try using GX Control, which lets you limit how much CPU or RAM is used. It'll help get rid of lag and is perfect for
Sid's
people who like to
voice
have
for
a
this
million
is
tabs
so
open.
good.
To move over from another browser,
Her sponsor voice, Toast's sponsor voice is
that makes
so
it super easy to bring all of your previous settings in one go,
funny.
like browsing history,
But
bookmarks,
Sid's is like
and
a very
cookies. It's also
calm,
compatible with every
like-
Google Chrome extension. If you want to
like
get in on the fun,
articulate-
use the link below to download Opera GX today
Yeah.
and let us know what you think
like
of the
nice,
OTV GX
calm
mod.
voice.
What are the yucky bits, anyways?
Guys are.
Ah!
Oh, where did you learn that?
That's some stuff I've.
This is how you keep one hand clean.
Yeah, I realized that.
You're doing great, Michael.
She's never told me that.
It's
true. She never said that to
You told me you don't cook. I believe that's a lie.
Turning over a new leaf in my life.
Ooh, there's like little intricate designs on it.
Those knives are
So sharp.
So those knives are apparently made by the youngest swordsmaster smith in Japan. I don't know. Like he bought it at like one of those shops where like you can get a certificate in Japan for being like a swordsmith master. And this was made by like one of the youngest ones.
It's so nice.
I know you just washed your hands. If you don't want to do it, you can use the knife. I'll forgive
I'll
you.
use one hand to keep my right hand clean. in case
Smart
I need
man. Grab with your clean hand some soy sauce.
Soy sauce.
Yeah, soy sauce, sugar, and sake.
You see me?
One
I'm over
prove
here
enough.
washing my
There's another
hands. You know why?
that is a
I can't
bowl.
wash it over there.
Do you know how to smash it?
But what if it hurts?
Suck it up.
You baby.
Oh, it's spicy. Can I peel it off and then punch it?
Yeah, if you're a pussy.
Yeah.
Find all the ingredients. Get shashing.
Wait, what the fuck? I thought you just take the knife and smush it. That's what I do.
Garlic powder, if you see it. I think the garlic powder is in front of you.
It's chicken flavored
No,
bull.
it's on your right. On your right. On your. That's your left. That's your left. On your right. On your right. a
You
little.
punch it.
Basically, you just need to get that shit out of the show.
Yeah.
Yes, one more time. Oh,
Where's our garlic?
What a garlic. Maybe try the fridge.
yeah. Oh.
Sorry. Oh, garlic.
Free garlic.
Alvin, what do you want? What do you want for your garlic?
What do I want for? Are you offering a trade?
I would like a full bowl.
A full bowl? That is not possible. What is this brown thing you have over here?
Oh, that's jasmine wine.
Okay, I will trade you 1 clove of garlic for 1 glug of
No,
that.
effing way.
You need that more than I do.
Dude, there's no way.
Is there supposed to be more garlic?
I will be nice and increase my offer to 2 cloves.
How
Two
about,
cloves?
How about 3 cloves?
2.5 and you have a deal. We're gonna need a glug. We'll take a glug.
Yeah, a glug.
Do I drink it and spit it out? Or?
Yes.
I don't know what a glug is. So like in my head, the only time you make the glug noise when you're like, go, 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 go. You know? So I just thought that that's.
Oh, the garlic is right here? Why is she looking at me like that?
I had to sacrifice so much of my pride.
Here's a glug.
Why did you?
1 coin.
1 coin. Going once. Going twice.
Let's go!
What a deal.
That was what a deal. What a steal.
They don't actually want it. They don't actually want it. They have their own.
Oh, really?
They were just trying to drop the price up.
Michael's a pro here. I'm not a pro barter.
I don't know.
Now we're gonna go with the sake.
He lied.
First, you must, you gotta taste it to make sure it's good sake though.
So awkward and awesome.
That's the good stuff.
All right, now Lilia will also have to taste it.
Yeah, that's good sake. We do have measuring cups. So,
Yeah, but we don't need it.
okay.
You gotta trust your coach.
Yeah.
Okay, what should I do?
Measure with your heart.
Did she make a dick? Yes, she did.
Heart.
Yeah, what does your heart tell you? Your heart is, you might need to get your heart checked out.
That's like enough for 5 cucumbers. You have like 30 here.
Is that it? More?
Have you been to Din
He's
Tai
right.
Fung?
I don't know. When I eat it, it seems healthy. And then
I thought the Din Tai Fung cucumbers were healthy. And then I learned from this shoot that that is not true. And they add a shitload of stuff in there.
I forgot my recipe.
That's not my fault.
Black
This is what I have to work with.
Wait, is that all our garlic?
No, there could be more. You want another bowl?
You can just put half. You can put half. I'm scared that we won't have enough.
But we have another bowl.
Okay, yeah, put it in, put it in. I feel like I'm stressing Scar.
No, I'm not stressed. What? You even see me sweating? Stop focusing on my forehead.
Now let's do the fun part. Mix it up.
So good. That's really good for the cuts on my fingers. Yes.
Okay, we're gonna need to clear some like that area or something. Clear it out because we're gonna do some dough play. Okay, let me guess. Listen to my heart.
Oh no, it's 2 teaspoons. There you go. I think there might be MSG back there.
I never used this.
Culinary crack.
Oh, I heard.
That's good.
I heard it. I've actually never used MSG, but I feel like I should because I hear it's just flavor. It's awesome.
Very flavorful.
Yeah.
Michael, check the dough. Okay, let me see it.
Why did she make that thing?
Why did she
Okay,
make
that's
that?
fine.
Oh, it's so sticky. Oh, it's just so sticky. Is it supposed to be like this? Are you sure?
I told Scar we had to redo it, but
Why does
that
she
one-
blame stuff on me? Why is my name get brought up?
Oh, we need a rolling.
That's what I'm
pin.
saying.
Oh my gosh, perfect. Scar, you can use the soy sauce bottle.
Let's do 6.
How much do I put in?
Let's do 6.
Shit's good. I should put in a lot.
Okay, stop.
Oh my
You
God.
ruined my chicken! What you doing?
It's MSG.
Oh shit!
It's gonna be good. Yeah, they're gonna love this.
ruined my chicken! Good, good,
What
good.
you doing?
Good. Let them breed. Oh.
See, we have good team comms, you know?
What?
I roll
Can
it
you
out.
calm about this?
Oh, wait, I forgot the most important step. You have to put flour all over
Oh, we gotta put flour all over. Right.
Over-
yeah, all over the counter.
Oh,
Wow,
good.
that's-
Oh, of course. Come back.
Put flour all over the counter.
Starting to think like my chef is also playing for the other side. Okay, yeah. and
Perfect.
then-
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
And then,
okay.
whew.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's from before. It's from before.
Yeah. Okay.
Chef,
A little more flour.
I seem to be coating the soy sauce bottle. Chef, why is my
have
chef
another
laughing?
thing.
Chef, why are you laughing? Chef?
Why is my chef?
Covering up the label.
She told me to do this.
No.
We're
Did you
sponsor
put flour?
friendly.
Did you put flour on the soy sauce bottle?
Yes.
Oh.
What do we need to do? I think we're
That might have been a lie. Kinda?
really ahead. Do you want to get started on the omelet? Okay, 6 eggs.
I have 6
do you,
eggs.
Do you know how to make an omelet?
No.
Grab a bowl. You want to know a fun fact? Do you see their hats? Do you see how they're pleated? There's a reason why master chefs have hats that have a lot of pleats. Each
Pay
pleat is
attention,
supposed
guys.
to represent a way you can cook an egg differently.
Chef Lucky, do you know what the pleats in your hat mean?
What are the pleats
How
in
many
my
times I
hat?
fucked your mom?
No. No. God, there's so many.
Can we get a shell count going of what is happening in this bowl?
I don't know how to crack an egg.
I am starting to think you don't know how to do it either.
There you go. I feel like I'm doing it. It's just a lot of shells are coming through. It's not my fault.
All right, the eggs have been cracked, chef.
All right, throw some MSG in there.
How much?
As much as your heart tells you.
No wonder the dish tasted so good. I'm starting to think it wasn't me. It's this.
Does your heart tell you to stop? Okay, then you stop. I think also You should parade our amazing MSG in front of the other team. Make them feel bad, Lily.
Do you guys need MSG?
Too much salt?
I feel like the entire cucumber.
Do you actually want it? Okay. Okay.
Did you just give it?
Yeah, she wanted it.
We need something in return. You can't just. We're supposed to make them feel bad.
I will get.
Thank you for the donation.
Thank you, Lily.
Oh, we're throwing.
What are you making?
Lily, you know what the plates in your house stand for?
Okay, while Lily is throwing, we're gonna make an omelet. So get a fork and mix it up real good.
That's so fucking funny.
That is perfect. You're gonna mash those eggs up.
I'm so fucking stupid.
Why don't you use a chopstick and do this?
That's what I was saying.
That works too, Scarra. Yeah, that's
Oh
good.
yeah, dude, that sounded like a Tekken combo.
Put some oil in the middle of the dough, and then this is a strat. So you take one end of the dough, use the middle puddle as like the oil source.
It's your like infinite oil in Minecraft.
Okay, now you're gonna take one end of the dough and then roll it into like a little like a cigarette. Oh, very good
Like
job,
a
Scarra.
cigarette. Imagine saying that. I don't smoke. What the?
Now close the end.
This doesn't look like a scallion
Yeah, this
pancake
doesn't
at
look
all.
like-
No, trust me.
Worst blunt ever.
And then you're gonna want to take one end and twist it. No, you guys don't have to be afraid. Like twist it.
Yeah, we won't
Twist
be
it.
afraid.
Yeah.
Don't be afraid.
Okay, that's
Don't
good.
be
that's good.
afraid.
Now, Scarra.
Don't be afraid.
Now, Scarra,
I'm not
loop it-
afraid.
Loop it.
No, I'm seriously not afraid.
He's not.
Don't bring it.
Rice. Okay.
Get this shit. Get this shit. We need this shit.
5 coins.
6 coins.
12 coins.
12 coins.
13
13
Do we even have
15.
13? We don't have this kind of money, dude.
17 coins.
17 coins.
We don't
Going
have
18
17
coins.
18.
18 coins. 18 coins for Team Lily so far. Can I get 19?
We're gonna pass.
What? 19 coins. 19 coins?
What?
Wait, what?
Wait, what?
We got an industry plan. What? Huh? I put 19.
Yeah, I thought we were betting on it.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure we were betting on
We
it.
seem to
How
have.
did we lose
I think
that?
Toast sabotaged it for sure.
I mean, not to lie, we don't have 19 coins.
I think the Proctor is blind as fuck as well.
I do think they have more coins on us, so it would have been screwed up.
Can we make it in a pot?
Yeah, we can.
But it'd be very hard.
No, right. You can't make rice in a pot. I'm
It's like
sorry.
really shit,
I'm
right?
sorry.
Yeah.
It just
Yeah,
doesn't
no.
work.
Lily? Yeah? Let me know when your rice is ready.
Wow, those eggs are. How do you feel?
Good. These eggs are getting beaten.
So loud.
Okay.
Scarra, faster. Okay. Scarra. Well, I think we really need to do. Okay, no. Let me take a look at it. Let me show me the bowl. Let's do half. We don't need that much.
Where do I put this? We just threw away the packaging.
Okay, let's just all of it then. When you guys are sitting there making 50 wontons, don't come crying to me.
I don't want to make 51
I don't want to make that many wontons. Can I put this here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, good job. We're gonna let that sit for 10 minutes. You're gonna plug that in. Right there.
You understand the logistical problem with trying to plug this into that, right?
Oh, it's too short?
I think that's a Zogorushi rice cooker. I use this. I cook rice in my Zogorushi rice cooker. I literally use this like this week. These are the best rice cookers. I love them.
Okay, I trust it.
Oh.
Yeah, chef?
Can you guys put an egg white in here?
No egg white. No, chef. No. Should we?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we should do that for sure.
Right, that's our fault, chef. My bad.
Yes, perfect.
Should I mix this in? Oh yes, salmonella through all my cuts.
Let's make the omelet. I don't need to give you instructions. You clearly know what you're doing. I want to see where your heart takes you, making a cheese omelet.
We said we have to figure this out ourselves.
What are we doing?
A cheese omelet.
A cheese omelet.
When does the cheese go in?
Don't look at me.
Ooh, Salt Bay. Let's go. Hopefully our restaurant won't get closed like this.
Yeah.
I don't remember if we add an egg.
Are we supposed to add an egg?
I'm not sure.
Our chef
This is what I'm dealing with. My professional chef, just forget all the time. Are you fucking kidding me, man?
not sure about the recipe. I think she means is that she's testing us as if we're sure. I think we need, that is a good amount of oil.
I think so. I feel that oil.
I do feel that oil.
Yeah.
Oh, look how moist and juicy it feels.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Can I smell it? Oh, this
You want me
is
to
good.
hit you with it too?
No.
Okay, chef. Yeah, that's fine, chef.
Let me teach you guys how to make a cute little wonton.
If she said yes there, I don't know what I would have done. That was kind of like a, yeah, but like, oh shit.
Our bento has to be aesthetic. I'll prepare a little cup of cold water.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
Okay. Of course, we have our cups.
Yes, chef. Yes, chef.
I've seen this in a TikTok. You pour a little bit of quarter of the egg, then you put a slice of cheese. Flip it over, pour another quarter.
What?
flat
You sound
jams.
like you know what you're doing.
I know.
You do sound like you know what you're doing.
Actually, did not see that TikTok.
I'm sorry, is our chef touching our ingredients?
No. Just, you know, it's a little messy.
What? In the background, he's touching their
I'm sorry, is our chef
ingredients.
touching our ingredients?
No. Just, you know, it's a little messy.
Every time I've washed my hands, I just grab.
Oh, you see this shirt that Michael's wearing? It's called it's Broken Mouth. It's a shirt from a Hawaiian restaurant in downtown LA. That place
Now,
is
okay.
so fucking good. Like so fucking good. I might have done a vlog about that place, and it might be my first food vlog coming out soon.
Okay, so put it on the palm of your hand. Dip your finger in the cold water. Just put it like a little like dime bite size. Yeah. Let me see it. Sorry, I actually wear my contacts.
She can't fucking see. She her memory's going. She has she's fucking losing it, man.
Good, that's perfect. Okay, connect the end. Okay, show your wonton to the camera. Oh my god, so proud. Perfect. Okay, now you're gonna make 48 more.
I just really need this to turn off. Wow. I don't have a lot going for me these days.
Fuck?
More than just like a funny video.
Oh, you're doing great. You're doing great. You're doing great. No, you're doing great.
It broke.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Block the camera. Block the camera. Block the camera.
Hey Max, what's up? How you doing? You like your job here? That's good. That's really awesome. I'm happy. That's really cool. Oh no! Oh no!
No. Just what are you doing? Distract him.
Yo, check out what I can do. Hey, what's up, Doc?
Wait, Max, what do you have over there? Oh.
Hey, what's up, Doc?
Hey, you get a new thing.
Oh
Get a
wow!
new-
Look over there. Wow.
And then that's how you make an omelet.
No wonder the omelet came out so good.
Would you like to try a piece of a cheese omelet?
I mean, I'll try a little slice.
Whoa, Jamie. Be very critical about this. In fact, just be yourself. Oh. Uh-oh.
It's so bad.
Jesus Christ!
Lily, you hear that? They're shitting on your omelet right now.
Okay, well, you made this?
What do you mean?
Yeah, Lily made it.
It was okay. It's fine. So good, Lily.
You can't always be an ally, okay? There's times where you can't be, Jamie. You can't be.
Oh my god, Lily, I'm so proud of you. You fake.
2 coins.
3.
4 coins.
5 coins.
You can get 7 coins.
Yeah, 8
It's the
coins.
last one, right?
Okay, we have
15 coins.
You do not have. How do you have 15 coins?
15 coins covered in pork raw salmonella, baby. That's tip. Thank you so much.
Did you make a? She made a flower.
We fired the little leaves. What else can I make?
Stem. You can do a stem.
You were so smart.
Still there. Seaweed. Put all this stuff in the back.
Scallion pancakes. Okay, so take the scallion pancake out. And then
I love
you're
scallops.
gonna smash it into a nice circle. I think that's good.
So pretty. Wow.
Lily, do you want to get the chicken going again? Are you done with your gardening?
I think I'm good.
Okay, take out the chicken. Lily, you're gonna grab the potato starch. Cut the bag open, and we're gonna dump in some. Holy.
Oh my god.
Can you explain
My
this?
eyes just expanded to their maximum limit right there. I was so
that later. Now I can.
No, you weren't. You can't afford the calories.
No, I was gonna use it in other ways.
Wait, what did you mean by other ways?
How are you feeling, Chef Jamie?
I'm feeling I forgot to put salt in that chicken.
That's a weird feeling.
Chili oil? Do we have chili oil? Put in
My
a
chef.
tablespoon of that.
My
We have an eighth of a
fucking
teaspoon. So if
chef.
we put 16 of these in, then it'll be right. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Fill up the cast iron with oil. You guys are doing great.
Dude, we're gonna get fucking oil burns.
How much oil?
Like 3 inches.
How 3 inch?
3 inches, yeah.
Team President will have to go head-to-head and test the skill and speed. David Alva will have to complete several objectives before the teams continue to touch the food. Also, have to mince it, overgarlic dice, small onion, cut bell peppers and strips, and spread lettuce. Create one of the kind apple crab that I found like Google image.
Let's go, chef! This oil is gonna burn down
chef.
the whole building if you don't chop it faster.
The chicken's getting real brown, chef.
Turn the heat off.
Now
No,
we
they
can't
get
do
that, they get that.
chef.
No,
Against
we
the
started
roll.
too early.
They were a little too worried about not going fast enough, and now look at them.
Oh yeah, we are.
This is gonna burn the whole building down, dude. I can't wait. It's okay, we'll put it out with water.
Now the test is, can they cut the onions without crying?
I like crying.
Is the only famous Alvin in the world Alvin and the Chipmunks?
Yeah, I know all the songs. They're so good. Onions are done.
Don't worry, our chef's
Believe
onions
that
look
he
a little
knows the
better.
song.
What the
I think
heck?
he just
How do they
straight
look
lied.
so perfect?
Hey, we're not touching, guys. Hey,
Yeah,
They
we're
told us that we couldn't touch
only
this.
turning it on and off.
Whoa,
Jamie,
what the
Jamie, if
fuck
you
is
could
going
cut
on?
it
Hey,
If you could cut
yo!
it faster, that would be awesome.
Oh, it's getting a little smoky over here.
Yeah, it's burning my eyes.
Yeah, are we gonna? My eyes are starting to water. Lower the heat. Show me the apple.
This is approved.
Oh!
Oh, Chef Jamie.
Mine has eyebrows.
Oh! Sugoi. So our oil's boiling.
Open that. Open that. Okay, that's really hot. Lower the heat.
It's off.
Oh,
Wait, is that oil?
Yeah.
it's oil.
Oh, fuck!
That's why I was like, you want me to put water in the oil?
Take the paper towel, scrunch it up, and put it in there.
I need a new pan.
We're just seasoning this pan to get a perfect sear on our wontons, you see. And now I'm just gonna put it over here. Nobody come by here. This is bad place. Bad place over here. Don't come here. You get grease burns, all right, everyone?
Oh gosh. How did this happen?
With fill this up with what?
We trust you.
Water.
We trust you, chef.
How much water do I fill it with?
Chef, I'm not gonna make it, chef.
No, you have to pull through, Michael. You have to pull through.
I don't know if I'm strong enough
We're like,
to make
all right,
it.
we're like slowly killing Michael.
Why did she give me this? I look like a knight. Dude, I actually...
Dude, you're killing it.
Oh.
Yeah, that was a big pop, big pop.
Dude, I hate oil.
Babe.
When it's golden brown, so it's almost there. Oh, turn it out, turn it out.
I do
These
look like a
great. Don't
knight
be
though.
scared of the oil, Scarra.
Don't
You
fear.
can't let the oil scare you.
Okay, I don't know which one's burning and which
These
one's
are all
burning.
burnt. So put these are burnt.
These are all burnt.
We need this to boil, guys.
During World War I, soldiers would soak rags and piss when they got mustard gas.
That's good, that's good, that's good. It shouldn't be dead brown like that.
We're just making it.
Michael, are you okay?
Glaze. Okay, into that pan while it's off, soy sauce.
Not even gonna ask how much I should put in.
That's. Did you? What? Okay. Wow. Can you Can we explain how much honey you decided to put in the sauce?
Around 3 teaspoons. Should I put more?
Perfect. And then you're gonna. Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, I like that. He put it over his eyes.
Mine's crunchy.
We literally smoked out the fucking room, man.
Fuck. Yes, Jamie. Yes, chef. Yes, chef. What do you need, chef?
I know this is the best time, but can you make the Pikachu rice?
Yes, chef. Nothing, dude. No, I'm good, chef. I'm alright. Yeah, just give me the Pikachu rice. Chef, I'll get on that Pikachu rice in 1 minute, alright? I'm good. It's gonna flush.
Michael, you have 2 more minutes, but then you have to do the Pikachu
Yes,
rice.
chef.
So you're gonna want to take the rice and make a ball, like a Pikachu ball.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you're gonna want to make Pikachu ears.
Right.
Now get the seaweed, and you're gonna make faces.
All right. Yeah. Jamie, should I add the flavor packet to the rice or no?
What are those? This is a do not eat silica gel. Michael, I'm gonna
Yes?
put you on.
Have you guys ever eaten a silica packet? I have not, but I feel like I want to try.
Chef Toast.
Yes, sir.
Before we proceed, we are going to need to ladle out those black bits. And for this next part, since this is kind of dangerous, I'm gonna need you to distract the camera real quick.
Look over here. Hey. Hey, look.
You can be a little bit more convincing.
Michael, we have no time for this.
Oh shit. Okay, wait. Jody, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome to the stream. I'm watching the new OTV video. Okay, you guys have to watch this one. It's where me and Michael and Jamie, just great 3-person amazing team. But actually, you guys came for the. Let me go ahead and show you the my favorite part of the video. I'm gonna go back real quick. Okay, hold on. It's right here.
Oh shit.
It's really good.
Let them breed. Oh.
See, we have good team comms, you know?
So I roll
Can
it
you
out.
calm about this?
Oh, wait, I forgot the most important stuff. You have to put flour all over.
Oh, we gotta put flour all over. Right.
All over the counter.
Oh,
Wow, that's.
Oh, of course. Come back.
Hold on.
Flour all over the counter.
Starting to think like my chef is also playing for the other side. Okay, yeah. and
Perfect.
then-
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh,
and then,
okay.
ooh.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's from before. It's from before.
Yeah.
Okay, wait, hold on. Did I get the wrong time?
I should be coating the soy sauce bottle. She told me.
You had sauce bottle?
Do I think we're really ahead.
No,
do you want to
no.
get started on
This
the
is the-
omelet?
this is the perfect time. This is the perfect time.
Do you know how to make an omelet?
No.
Grab a bowl. You want to know a fun fact? Do you see their hats? Do you see how they're pleated? There's a reason why master chefs have hats that have a lot of pleats. Each pleat is supposed to represent a way you can cook an egg differently.
Chef Lucky, do you know what the pleats in your hat mean?
What are the pleats
How
in
many
my
times I
hat?
fucked your mom?
No. No. So many.
Can we get a shell count going of what is happening in this bowl?
I don't know how to crack an egg.
I'm starting to think you don't know how to do
We're going
it.
back. We're going back.
The
It's a
ladle-
competition between me, Michael, and Lily Toast, and we have professional chefs helping us, but they're not allowed to touch the food. But that's really weird because in this panel, exactly, you're seeing him touch the food, which is illegal. But like I didn't see a penalty, so it's kind of a
Ladle out
fuck it.
those black bits. And for this next part, since this is kind of dangerous, I'm gonna need you to distract the camera real quick.
Look over here. Hey. Hey, look.
You can be a little bit more convincing.
Michael, we have no time for this.
Sorry. Chef.
Michael, we have this burden.
Also, we almost started a grease fire, and we smoked up the room. So we are half killing the people in the kitchen that we paid for.
I'm sorry, Chef. Yes, Chef.
So take the spatula. You're gonna wanna you're gonna take it like a shovel and then literally slam it in the pan. Slam it like really hard.
Just scallion pancakes. I love
and
scallion
then
pancakes.
again. No, like harder.
Dude, hit it like you mean
Yes,
it.
yes, yes. Okay.
Yeah. Fucking yeah.
Yes, Chef.
Michael.
Yes, Chef. Anything, Chef.
So you're gonna take this out into a bowl, wet your hands a little bit, and make a ball.
Chef, the rice is really hot.
Yes. Do you want a straw
A straw?
to suck it up?
Oh.
I'm slamming it. I'm slamming it.
No, harder.
I'm trying. It's gonna fly off the spatula.
High five.
Yeah.
Now, when you do that shot where it looks like we're just finishing it.
I actually did just finish
All right,
that.
close up, man. And.
Our team has made a bento box with
Ooh.
a rice that is a garden for some beautiful carrots and cucumber vegetation, a rolled cheese omelet, Ding Tai Fung inspired Chinese cucumbers, and a soy honey glazed karage. So kind of like a Japanese style fried.
Okay, real talk. It was really fucking good. But it's because they added so much MSG. Like, there's no way they would have been that good.
Chicken in a nice bed of lettuce filled with love.
Just
Cute.
Cool.
Ah, you did that because he's.
Whoa!
You really need to give him the fork.
This one's just eating.
She's
white
just eating rice and cucumbers.
White rice.
You gotta eat the chicken.
What kind of flavor are you hoping to get out of that?
I've been practicing.
Obento.
Pikachu.
Fuck.
Fuck.
Why didn't we think of that?
Here we have a homemade, made with so much love, Taiwanese style popcorn chicken on a bed of lettuce with handmade from scratch scallion pancake with a kawaii Pikachu.
Okay, doesn't it look fucking awesome though?
And our homemade chili oil wontons.
I can't help but notice Jason always tried the pancake. The most American thing on the menu.
He tried the chicken.
I think that the wontons could have been put together a little bit better.
I need it.
Yeah. We knew that was gonna happen. Good job. Just bring it.
Judges, was there a reward for winning?
No.
Thank you guys so much for watching, and especially thanks to our special guests, Alvin and Jamie, for coming and being great hosts and great chefs and helping cook for some of the teams. Anyway.
Wonder what that video could be about. What would that date? Maybe you guys might want to save that date. Look, I'm just saying. We spent a long time. Not subscribed. It's my third account, okay? Why is it on this account? Wait, what the fuck? It's on like my fifth account.
Why,
Wait, why? No wonder my algorithm was weird. My algorithm is like Lost Ark videos and stuff. That's not normal. It's just like a wrong account thing. I'll just go change that later, you know. When I watching a video, oh shit, I'm kind of down. Oh my! Wait, if you guys missed this,
I know a little too much.
Okay. I did it on stream. Okay, so TLDR, ProZD asked me.
Chicken can get it.
I would go with like a 3. Okay, ProZD asked me to come on stream and rate anime waifus and husbandos. It's to help the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation, and anyone who donated could just like submit like a name, and then he would Google it, and we would talk about how fuckable they were. Essentially,
on chicken.
This was live. In 25 minutes, I'll be doing a anime rating list. This was like a couple weeks ago.
I like told them, I was like, look, I don't really watch anime, but like I have opinions.
I do not watch anime. Generally speaking, every anime season I will watch about 2 hours of anime. It's like a couple episodes and then that's it.
If they're gonna ask me to rate,
it's not the same shirt.
Demon Slayer.
It's not the same shirt.
Show gets like under siege.
Is it the same shirt?
I'm not a fan. You know, I got it. I know a little too much.
That's just a black shirt. This is like a black shirt with like a thing on it.
And like I know what his favorite manga is. I know like his skits, you know? Hello?
Hey.
Yo, yeah, I got you. Loud and clear.
For people know, ProZD is a very famous voice actor. He's in stuff like God of War. He's in stuff like, I don't know, he's done a bunch of random stuff. If you don't know him, I'm pretty sure you've seen him in some skits or some random stuff and you just didn't know.
Looking at any chart and being like, okay, what anime has come out recently? All right, okay. I was like doing like a little bit of homework, you know?
Interesting. The only homework you need is just, do you think characters are hot? That's really all it boils down to.
Right, but what about their lore?
All right, interesting. That affects your opinion? We'll get into this. Are you good to go live?
It affects my opinion.
I should apologize to you. I have been live for a while on my
Oh, you're live right now.
I am so sorry.
No, that's good. Want me to say my address real quick? How this is going to work is we're raising money for the Pediatric Brain Tumor Foundation. If you donate to this and submit a character with it, we will rate
higher
that
volume.
character.
Yeah. A little bit.
5. Let's just fucking go.
Oh,
You
I
go
should
by
block myself.
Scarra? We've met a long while ago.
A long time ago. Yeah, I forgot that he was in Offline High as a special guest. When I saw this, I was like, my editor found this. I did not even know. I would say yes. Like, I'm one of those weird guys where it's like I actually go by my username handle, even amongst friends.
I always ask this to people because sometimes it's people who are like, "Oh yeah, I've got an English name," and I'm like, "What do you want to be called? Do I call you Scarra, or do you prefer to be called something else?"
Pirate King.
The Pirate King. Okay.
No.
Who's the hottest character of all time for you?
Oh my god. Well, you're just putting me on the spot here. Okay, let me think.
Yeah.
Let me think. You know what? I'm a Makima enthusiast. Or at least in recent memory.
Recently,
I'm a big Makima
she's pretty good.
Got it. I don't know much about Chainsaw Man, so this is a 5 for you.
Yeah, I would say she's a 5.
Without
She's a
spoilers, give me the pitch. Like what makes Makima a 5?
She's kind of got like, you know, like that. I don't know. The pitch is that she's hot.
Got it. I'm gonna need a little more than that.
She's kind of like
He said a
gives
little
off
bit
the,
more?
the Dami vibes for sure.
Dami Mommy.
Exactly.
Got it.
I'm literally in my head. I'm just going through my favorite manga.
What are your favorite manga of all time? That way I can judge your manga tastes and your.
I'm impeccably based. Okay, just watch.
Okay.
Just listen. I'll put it this way: I Shield 21 and Hikaru no Go are in my top 10. You guys start saying it. Based.
I Shield 21 rules. I read that for the first time like a year ago.
Really? Oh my
I'd never-
god.
Anything else?
Usually the stuff like goes in waves for me. It's like what I currently really like.
Actually,
My
I
top
know.
anime,
I know.
Probably of like recent years was Ping Pong the Animation. Recent years. My editor did me dirty there. Okay, she was like, I was talking to her. She was like, when you said recent years, you know it's been like 10. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah.
But it's also like I wouldn't be able to tell you my favorite anime of all time.
Well, hold on. We got a couple. I think we got somebody here. How from Gokura Kugai? You know what this is?
Bring it up. I'm so interested.
Oh, what the hell is?
I've never seen this.
What is? I gotta look into what this series. What is this?
Oh my! Wait, this is so recent.
Looks like it's a one shot. I might need to look into this if it's got this fucking character in it. I'm gonna go 5 for me.
I'm gonna go 5. Easy 5.
She's got a gun. She smokes.
I love
the
her
shades.
glasses.
He's smoking too.
Yeah, Buddha from Record of Ragnarok. I've seen this Buddha design before.
Dude.
Have you ever seen this character before?
I've read Record of Ragnarok.
What would you give this guy out of 5?
With
Would
this,
you Buddha?
wait, all the people in Record of Ragnarok are like the most jacked versions of like what could humanly. For people who don't know Record of Ragnarok, it's like Baki level like craziness where it's a fighting tournament where mankind pits its best fighters against like the gods themselves. So you're taking people like, but like, so you imagine you think like, oh, historically, like we said, like Hercules and shit. No, they're sending stuff like Adam from Adam and Eve and stuff like Jack the Ripper. And I'm just like, but it's just ridiculous. Possibly exists. Have you ever read or watched the show?
I voiced in the 2nd season, but I haven't seen any of it.
Oh
And what
my
would you
god, I
give
didn't even know you
this
voiced.
character
I
out of
forgot
5?
that.
I think the fangs are a nice touch.
Yeah, it has a really famous scene with Aphrodite where her tits are huge and she has like 2 men holding just her tits. That if you've never seen this show, you might have seen the meme of that.
3.9.
Oh, okay.
3.9.
Say a solid 4.2.
Yeah, that's
a
a regular rocket.
3.3
Yes.
you threw out. I would say a 4.2.
Are you talking about just the concept of a decimal?
I'm gonna literally look for. Hold on. How do I Google this without it sounding suspicious to the FBI when they search my PC later? Men helping Aphrodite. You see this? This is the entrance for Aphrodite in the show. the concept of a decimal.
Oh, decimals are very important. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, yes. Sherlock Holmes from Moriarty the Patriot.
There was an anime of Sherlock Holmes. I didn't know there was an
I mean,
anime.
there's one where he's a dog, but okay.
He looks
just like a handsome man. I like the
Yeah,
little
he looks basic.
hair. What do you call this? I never want to get this wrong because it's like
it's
it's ahoge.
Yes.
but
Ahoge, yes.
okay, it's not ahegao. That's
Nope.
different.
No.
I mean, he's pretty handsome.
I'm a hater. This is a 1.9. He doesn't have any very large distinguishing features in the kindest way possible. Rather basic.
You want something a little more distinct, a little more flashy.
Very basic. Little bit,
I'm not
you know?
feeling
and
it.
Yeah.
I just feel like he's not giving me that.
I'll go
Was this anime
3.4
good?
for me. Kazui Mukuhara from Milgram. What is this?
Milgram?
Why has he got so many belts?
What the heck is Milgram?
I have no idea. Milgram.
I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, it's like a music thing. Like is this like Vocaloid or something? Maybe not. It's a interactive music project with prisoners. Oh. So
I've
it's
never
like-
heard about this
it's
before.
like jail Vocaloid.
Yeah.
He's a little built, which is good in my book, but not really sticking out to me. I think I'm gonna go with like a 3 for me.
Yeah, I have much the same reasons. 2.5. I usually like people with a lot of belts. This guy's like Final Fantasy levels of just random belts everywhere. But like, I'm not feeling the design really. I'm not
Toka
feeling
from
it.
Tokyo Ghoul. I don't know anything about Tokyo Ghoul. She's just like a lady.
All you need to know about Tokyo Ghoul is the concept is amazing and the story falls off a cliff. The fact that I don't even remember the story and I was super into, everyone was into Tokyo Ghoul at some point, because when you have like a material which is like a very like new, unique, very something that's like very gory and action focused, like you have a lot of popularity, especially when in the period where it's like the initial period where like boom and everybody's like, oh my god, but you have to have some sort of substance to follow it up, and it didn't run very
She
well.
works at she's a waitress or something. I kind of like the hair.
Yeah.
I kind of like the apron. 3.4 for me.
I feel like the design is rather basic. I do like it, weirdly enough, it's like she only shows one eye. What could be the other eye? Could be
That's
normal,
true.
could be he's a ghoul. Let me like a 3.4.
Okay, so we agree on this one.
Yeah.
Boa
pretty much.
Hancock.
Oh,
I laughed.
Are you
I
current
said
on
he was
One
gonna
Piece?
give her
No, I am
a 5.
middle of Wano arc. I stopped and waited for the chapters to pile up. The people who are like super crazy and read week by week and tell me it's the greatest thing ever, I'm like, it's really, there's no way you believe this.
You're a One Piece hater?
No. The reason why I love One Piece is because like Oda has all the gears turning, right? Like he sets up like lots of, it just takes a while.
Well, Boa Hancock. What would you give her out of 5?
4.7.
I'm gonna go 4.4. I feel like I
Surprised it was that
fluctuate
low.
with her. Like I think she's
Surprised
great,
it was that low.
But
I'm not gonna lie.
4.4. Rock from Tower of God. Ah, I see.
I have read Tower of God to its 3rd arc, which is like I think its current arc. I'm a little bit past. I'm trying to think if this is a spoiler. I just finished the Dog Pound. I don't remember what it was called, but that, and I just have not read it since. But he's cool. He's a great character, and he has this little
I'm
miniature
seeing there's
form.
like a short one, and then there's a big one. Is this something where he has different forms, or what is going on here?
His real form is the big one.
Does he transform into it, or
Yeah.
or is this like oh? Okay.
And I think sometimes it's like an artist like rendition of him.
I mean, the big form, he can get it. He's ripped.
I've read this manga and it rates very highly up until a certain point for me.
We're asking, would you this dragon
Fuck.
dinosaur man?
4.5.
4.3.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I get it. Yeah. Harlack from Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know anything about Baldur's Gate.
Really?
My wife is deep into it right now. Okay.
I will
She's like
say,
a devil lady.
I will
Love her.
say Baldur's Gate 3 is one of my top 10 games of all time.
I mean, what's her personality like?
Fiery. She's done a lot of bad.
She's done a lot of bad, but is she a bad person?
The argument is no, because she had to do it to survive. kind of deal.
Ah, is there a tsundere side, or is it just all fire?
I have not gotten to that many dialogue options yet to answer that. That is true. I don't know.
Got it. You know what? I'm still gonna go 5. I've never seen this character before, but she can get it. I like the design. Yeah,
yeah,
she
it's
can,
great.
I don't know, kill me, and that's fine.
I'm with you. 5 all the way.
Noi from Doro Hedoro. She's like a 5. My God.
I just tried to start reading this yesterday because I watched this video yesterday and I was like, oh fuck. I wanted to reread or to because I remember I dropped it somewhere, but I don't remember when. And even from the very beginning of Doro Hedoro, this is a fucking crazy manga, like an apocalyptic dystopian world where the guy's a lizard and there's someone inside his mouth. It's weird, man.
Are you familiar with this character?
I want to say I've read Doro Hedoro, but not that much.
She's great.
She's a unit.
Yeah, she's a fucking unit.
You know, I'm down for 4.3.
What's one that you're curious about? Maybe a character I might not know, or something that you want to know my opinion on something. Is there a character you'd like to submit?
Give me a sec. Let me go. Okay, there's a. Do you read Dandadan?
I've read the first volume.
So good, by the way. I would say of the current running things, this is like a top 2. Like across genres. This is like just if you're not reading it right now, I would highly recommend, even if you're not a huge fan of like the genre and the tropes that it has, it's very good. Oh shit. You know the aliens for the first chapter?
These?
The ones on the 3.
These guys?
No, the third one on the top.
These?
Yeah, what do you think about these guys?
Oh, that's a negative 1 million. No, thank you. Why? Do you think these guys are the hottest things you ever seen?
You got me addicted now, down bad. Damn, you read it all? Did you start yesterday?
Thanks. Negative 1 billion, I think.
Oh.
Yeah, I enjoyed that first volume. But I'm not gonna these aliens. Well, hold on. What's your rating of these aliens?
Dude, they're cool. I give them like a 3.
Wow, good on you. Good on you.
Okay. Why didn't they high? The way you said that, what?
Mako Shiraki from Prison School.
Oh, I've read some of this, yeah.
This show rules. I thought this show was gonna be absolute trash, and then I realized, oh, this show is actually awesome. Do you remember this character?
Isn't she introduced in the very beginning?
Right, and I feel like she's a very distinct presence.
Yes,
Maybe-
she has
maybe a little
very
difficult
big
to
reasons.
forget.
To ignore. You know, I'd say like a 4.8. There's one part in the show that I remember has a lot of historical merit.
Right.
And I think this was the first show where which convinced people that asses were better.
Wow.
This is the best panel. I actually told my editor, you have to add this panel in. This is the best panel in anything I've ever read. Boobs are nothing more than fake asses. If I choose between the original and the imitation, I of course would choose the original. We could go back in time and point to this show as like the big divider.
That's an important moment in history. 4.1 for me. Hermes Costello from JoJo. Okay.
I'm not a huge fan of how they did the face.
I'm a JoJo hater,
but it's very JoJo-esque. I don't know, maybe something like a 3.7 for me.
I'll be the controversial one. I think all these characters look the same, despite them all being very distinct.
Ooh.
All their vibes look exactly the same to me. Just like, I am a cool supermodel. To me, I don't really get a whole lot out of this. I'm gonna say 3. Elizabeth from Rooster Fighter. Oh yeah, that's right.
Rooster Fighter.
Do you not know Rooster Fighter?
Oh,
Rooster Fighter is about a rooster that kills like kaiju or something, or like monsters. This is
no way.
Honestly, this rooster or this chicken can get it. On the chicken scale, she's got a sword, or no, it's like an electric baton or something. I didn't get this far. On the fuckability of chickens, I'm gonna go 5. Yeah, sure, let's do it.
I would go with like a 3.8 on chicken fuckability. I didn't think those words would leave my mouth today.
Chicken fuckability? Yeah. Princess Sally Acorn.
He went 5 there.
You know who this is?
This was Durf's fucking Sally Acorn
from Sonic the Hedgehog, the cartoon.
Who?
Princess Sally Acorn. Did I stutter?
No, I just don't know. I just like a 1. Just like I'm not gonna lie. I am not in any way like excited about her character design. Literally, there has to be a thumbnail that says why she matters. If she mattered, she wouldn't need a thumbnail like that.
Get fucking wrecked, Sally Acorn.
I'm a hater.
Okay.
What can I say?
Where are you on the furry scale?
I would say I'm. My chat might disagree with me, but I would say I'm pretty far off the furry scale.
10 is like diehard furry, and
imposter
0
noise
is like
there?
no, not even.
Yeah, like a 1 or a 2.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Whoa.
Nobody's a 1. You know, we'll test the
Wait,
waters here.
I have to say, I have a VTuber, and my VTuber is like a dragon,
Sure.
an elder dragon, and I have just recently acquired a baseball mascot, like an entire mascot thing that I wore to an anime convention recently. And I know a lot of people say that it's a fursuit, but it's not. It's a baseball mascot.
Can I Google this?
I can send you a picture. Hold on.
So if I search Scarra,
don't search
fursuit.
That would definitely not.
I think that'd be a really good idea to Google right now, right?
No,
Scarra fursuit.
There's no way anything would come up. You might actually not get any results.
Is this you?
Or
it's you. Is this it?
Oh god, yeah, that looks suspiciously like mine. I don't know why I would autocorrect that. That does look like me. If a police officer were to ask me this question, I would have to say that was me. At 3:30 p.m. in.
But this is the
anime
thing that you commissioned.
Yes.
And you're trying to say to me right now you're a 1 on the furry scale.
Like a 4.
There we go. Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah.
Got it. Rouge the Bat.
Who's what?
Rouge the Bat.
Of the Sonic characters, I would say she's quite bad.
Yeah.
Can you guys say that sentence I just said out loud and try to say that without cringing afterwards? Or just really thinking to yourself, that was weird.
Out of 5.
For rating Sonic characters like a 4.2.
If we're ranking it on the regular scale.
Like a 4.2?
Yeah, okay, see? You are this is the test here. Yeah, I go like 4.5. Yeah. Anonymous, thank you for your donation. Vivian from Paper Mario. Do you ever play the Paper Mario games?
No, but I heard they were phenomenal.
They are phenomenal. Well, the first 2 are phenomenal.
What the
and this is Vivian.
Who the fuck is this?
Yeah. Well,
it's not doing it for me. I'm gonna give it like a 1. I'm gonna just say it's a 1.2. What is this? What is this?
How dare you? Personality wise, she's very sweet.
Okay.
But yeah, that's not what we're asking here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not.
3.6. I'm still gonna say 3.6.
Wow.
Personality.
Okay.
Yeah. Camilla from Fire Emblem. Are you a Fire Emblem man?
I love the designs, but I can't enjoy the gameplay that much.
Okay, but how about this?
Oh, she's great. Like a 4.7.
This is a 5 for me.
Yeah.
She's the best.
Great.
5 out of 5. Crush me. 5 out of 5. Except she's not even that kind of dummy mommy. She's like doting. But like kind of crazy. I know you like crazy.
Yeah. That's not a green flag.
Yeah. Yeah. Sig Curtis from Fullmetal Alchemist.
Oh, wow. Someone threw an FMA one in here.
That's a 5.
Oh, you already know it's a 5.
Yeah.
Him and Armstrong, awesome.
Yeah, both are 5s.
Yeah.
Easy. Riza Hawkeye. I mean,
come on. It's from FMA. That is 5.
Yeah, 5. Easy.
It's like cheating because FMA is so good.
Oh shit, we got a bunch. All right, let's speed run some of these. Anonymous, thank you for your donation. Yukari Sensei from Azumanga. She's nuts, but I can kind of get behind it. I'll say 3.4.
Can I do like a 2.8?
Fiona Frost from Spy Family. I don't know who this is. Oh,
Okay.
who is this? 4.6. I don't know anything about her though.
I'm gonna go with a 4.6 as well.
Carmelita Fox.
Who?
What? That's a 5.
I never played Slide.
I never played Slide Keeper.
Well, Mr. Not Furry.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, in my furry skill is like a 4.3.
And on your non-furry scale?
Well, probably a 4.3.
August, thank you for your donation. Wario, 5, easy. This role model,
Yeah,
absolute unit, 5. Anonymous, thank you for your donation. Yoruichi from Bleach. That's a 5. That's an
The fastest
easy
5
5
I've ever
Yeah.
seen.
5 ever.
Anonymous, thank you for yours. Rio from Death Note, that is a 5.
You know,
I mean, come on.
I'm down. Yeah, he's a 5 for sure.
Anonymous, thank you for yours. Draw look from Vampire Dies. Oh, you know, 3.5.
He's goofy. It's like a 2.8.
Zealous from Slayers.
This guy's haircut, bro.
The berries and cream haircut is not doing it
I used to watch this show really like a long time ago.
for me. Like,
Is this like a Pokemon gym leader? Is
how dare
It
you
looks like
insult
it.
Pokemon gym leaders in this way?
Oh god, he kind of gives me that vibe. This is like a 2 for me, man.
Dr. Takemi from Persona 5. I mean, that's an easy 5.
You know, 4.6. Very much a fan.
Johnny from Guilty Gear. You know, this guy's grown on me. I'm gonna say 5.
I'm gonna say like a 4.5. I don't like that half of his aesthetic is that he's shirtless. He's just.
You don't like it.
I don't like that. You know,
For me, it's a plus.
this belt is like bigger than his fucking head.
You know, that is a plus for me too. I love that. Daruk from Breath of the Wild. Yeah, he can get it. I'll say 4.1.
3.5. I'm not really feeling this one.
Ina from OTV.
Oh, our mascot?
Oh, you guys have a mascot. Out of 5.
I can't answer that. HR would call me afterwards.
You
That's
know,
true. Amanda would wonder.
I'll give a 5 in support of you guys. But I honestly, the design's good. The design's good.
Okay,
Yeah.
you know, I appreciate that.
Ava Unit 1. I'm not gonna Ava Unit 1. That is, I'll do
That
a
is
1 for Ava
weird.
Unit 1.
I'll do it too.
Well, okay. You're like, I can do fuck a little bit. Strong Sad from Homestar Runner. Great, that's a 0 for me.
This is the worst
Yeah, I'm not
one.
gonna strong sad.
Okay, guys. We ended our stream on React stuff. I hope you guys enjoyed the YouTube videos. I am out. I hope you guys enjoyed. I have to take off my pants and then go eat because these are too. I didn't rebuy these cargo pants, man. They're too long. You ever buy pants that are just too fucking long? They look crazy. I can't walk around in these, man. They're actually terrible. All right, who am I raiding? Who am I hitting up? You know.
Love this game. Thank you.
You know, Bao is playing Dredge. I am down to host Bao. You guys have never met Bao. She is she's something. Enjoy, guys. I'm out. Have a great night. Probably ending soon? Hell no, she's not. 24-hour stream.